So that there, that's all that. Michael Solomon. Steve, when it says, ladies and gentlemen, entree will now be served, I just continue on. Yep. Okay. And whilst you enjoy your entree, we will acknowledge the top 40 players and 5 coaches by presenting them with a commemorative shield recognising their extensive achievements. Please welcome to the stage and Stephen.
That's how you know you messed up. That's how you know you messed up. That's how you know you messed up. That's how you know you messed up.
You had it going for you. Moved out to California. Got lost in money, drugs, and women. Out for all your dollars. Now Nico's unemployed.
We got a chili there. That's what I need.
So now we're back in Norway. That's how we know we messed up. Hey, that's how we know we messed up. Oh no, that's how we know we messed up. Hey, that's how we know we messed up. Messed up. Messed up.
You used to be the big spender, grabbing the check every dinner, showing out to your girlfriend, best friends, just so they could wish they was with ya. You ain't wanna hit the club, but
Jimmy Anderson, Michael Athanasiou, Joe Bonson, Joel Boughton, William Briston, Nathan Buckley,
so twisted, tied up. Bye-bye. Think we should leave after I pay, but you forgot to save cash for the valet.
That's how you know you messed up. 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 That's how you know you messed up.
You messed up. You messed up.
That's how you know you
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you know. You messed up. You messed up.
You a big city living, girlfriend like Eva Mendes. Until your
Go down
side
here.
chick called you up saying she might be pregnant. Now you're alone and crying, inside you're
That's if that
slowly
was there.
dying. 'Cause Magic
That would do
Mike
the
just
trick.
got your key. That's how you know you fucked up. That's how you know you fucked up. That's how you know you fucked up. That's how you know you fucked up.
Steve, you okay with that?
You were the man in college, got a degree in awesome, and had more zeros in your bank than all the matrix coding. Now you're in your mama's basement, 'cause you spend every
Too
paycheck.
bright?
No,
The
beautiful.
IRS, your new best friend, that's how you know you fucked up.
Does that help there like that, mate? Or not?
That's how you know you
No,
fucked up.
no, it needs
You
to.
want it up here?
It will help me.
That's how you know
is good. Well done, mate. Good work, guys. As long as the battery doesn't go flat. This guy's got this. He probably needs to, whoever he is.
Grabbing the check every dinner, showing out to your girlfriend, best friends, just so they could wish they was with ya. You ain't wanna hit the club, but the pressure got you out trying to get a table and a picture. Everybody Snapchat pictures, but ain't nobody trying to drop on the liquor. Nah, I've been getting so twisted, tied up. Bye. Think we should leave after I pay, but you forgot to save cash for the valet.
That's how you know you fucked up. That's how you know you fucked up. That's how you know you fucked up.
Yeah.
That's how you know you fucked up.
Yeah, this is going to work well. More notes on here and you're good.
White lips, pale face, breathing in snowflakes, burnt lungs, sour taste. Lights gone, days end, struggling to pay rent, long nights, strange men. They say she's in the class 18, stuck in her daydream. Been this way since 18, but lately her face seems slowly sinking, wasting, crumbling like pastries. They scream, the worst things in life come free to us 'cause we're just under the upper hand.
Remember for Karama,
Go mad for a couple grams, and she don't wanna go outside tonight. And in a pipe she flies to the motherland, or sells love to another
No
man.
rush. Beautiful. Now get some water and I'll be right.
Outside for angels to fly, angels to fly. Ripped gloves, raincoat, tried to swim, stay float, dry house, wet clothes.
Oh no, they put it back up.
Loose change, banknotes, weary eye, dry throat, cool girl, no phone. They say she's in the class 18, stuck in her daydream. Been this way since 18, but lately her face seems slowly sinking, wasting, crumbling like pastries. They scream, the worst things in life come free to us 'cause we're just under the upper hand. I'm going mad for a couple grams, but she don't wanna go outside tonight. And in a pipe she flies to the motherland, sells love to another man. It's too cold outside for angels to fly.
Welcome back to the Team of the Century. I'm joined by Michael Barfoot. How are you tonight, Michael?
I'm very well, thank you.
Excellent,
Levi.
mate. I got a few questions for you here, mate. So, you were a part of the voting committee as the AFLNT historian. How did you find your role?
My role was to provide to the team selectors the history on the players.
Yep.
That's very challenging, researching
Yeah.
over 100 years of footballers.
Yeah. And you've been involved with AFLNT for, ages. You've been around for a while. And, yeah, what were you going to say?
I started with AFLNT in 1981, so
Yep.
I've seen a lot of football, seen a lot of footballers, and
Yeah. So,
been in a good position to keep records.
of course, mate, of course. That's why you're perfect for the committee. Now, you've said you've seen it all. You've seen plenty of talented players come through. Do you think that they've done a good job with the final 22?
I think they've done an excellent job.
Yeah.
There's going to might be some few surprises tonight, but at the end of the day, there's 22 positions,
Yep.
and they've had a tough choice.
Yeah, they would. No doubt they would. And are you glad it's all over and you can just kick back and relax?
Oh yeah, I'll have one or two beers tonight.
Sounds good, mate. All right, thanks for the chat.
No worries.
Have a great one.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Cool. All right, welcome back to the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Century. I'm joined by AFLNT Chief Executive Officer Michael Solomon. How are you tonight, mate?
Very, very well, thank you. Excited to be here.
Excellent. Now, mate, this all started in January. 9 months later, we're finally here, ready to be announced. How's the journey been up until now?
The journey. Well, it started well before January. I think they signed off on it about 18 months ago. So January was the start of the selection process. What do we have? 55,000 people to pick from. Got it down to 100 with a little bit of skin off, and then got it down to the 40. And then tonight, obviously, I think the top 40 probably are honoured, and then the 22 are just privileged, right? I think anyone from that top 40 could end up in the 22, and it's pretty exciting. So the journey's been pretty good. Our selectors, wonderful people, put in a load of hours. Not just the meetings themselves, but the time they spent out away from those meetings, going through name by name by name. Pretty amazing stuff.
What was I going to say next? At the start of the year, you expected to be like a little bit of maybe disagreement about the selection process. Do you think it's worked out well?
Oh, a little bit. I expected an extraordinary amount, and I got an extraordinary amount. Look, it's interesting because we were sort of faced with, do you set a very strict criteria or do you set a fairly loose criteria? We went with, as long as someone played a game or football in that NT, they'd be available. And I think looking at the team now that's going to be presented tonight, I think people will be really impressed with the spread of clubs, the spread of eras, the spread of skills. So all in all, I think, they're going to have the same challenges. Most people will when you pick a team of 22, looking at the top 40 and going, okay, well, if you were going to put one of those in the 22, who on earth do you take out? And I think that's the challenge, and there's a bit of controversy, and we love football. We love controversy. Put the two together, we're happy.
Now, you were also on the committee as a non-voting member. Did you find it hard not to have any full
mouth shut? Actually, it wasn't overly hard. I mean, what I'd say about our selectors is they were extraordinarily well prepared. And so, in most cases, when they came to the selection table, as we were trying to, get down to a smaller number, they were very, very clear on the players that they wanted to discuss. So we didn't end up discussing all 55,000, right? I think that once again, when you see the team tonight, probably the first half dozen, maybe even dozen, pretty much pick themselves. And so we spent a lot of time talking about probably 40 or 50 players over that sort of 7 months. So look, it certainly tried us at times, but most of our meetings were done and dusted in 2 or 3 hours, and I was put there as a non-voting chairman to make sure we weren't there till 3 a.m. in the morning. Means I probably did my job.
Awesome, mate. All right. Well, all the hard work's done. Get out there, enjoy the night. Thanks for the chat.
Thanks, Levi.
Have
Enjoy
a good
your
one.
night too, mate.
Champion.
See you soon.
All right, we'll be right back with more from the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Thank you very much. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Don't ask me what you know is true. Don't have to tell you I love your precious heart. I was standing, you were there to
Loufat. Welcome back to the Team of the Century. I'm joined by Benny Loufat. How are you tonight, Benny?
Feeling great. Good.
Excellent, mate. Now,
Yeah.
you're a Nightcliff Tiger from 1954 till 1968, and you're still involved with the club today. And you're on the selection panel. How hard was your job?
It was a difficult situation in choosing the players, but I think what we came up with, these players have proven their ability to play football down south, and I think we did a very good job. Yeah.
It wasn't easy, mate. There was 55,000 names to get through. Where did you start? It must have been tough.
Well, you know, you have to recognise the early people that started the game here in the Territory, and they had a tremendous battle right through history. It was the colour barred business way back, and also we had all the war come here, so we got all the footballers that came up to defend Darwin, and they still found time to play our great game.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah. And you hear all sorts of different stories. I was told a special story about my father. Went to the Carlton game in Hawthorn, and they took me down the back room where the old players are, and one of the players there just lifted up his shirt and showed me the sprig marks in his back that my father were taking marks over him here.
No way, there you go.
Yeah, so, you know, but, you know, it's everybody's dream to play football here in the Territory and get drafted to go down south to show their skills. They certainly have that magic touch where people down there see the great Cyril Rioli, how he plays and that. So that's a credit to the Territory.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, all the hard work's over for you, mate. It's time to go and enjoy the night, relax, kick back a bit, and enjoy the fruits of your labour.
Thank you.
Thanks for the chat, mate. Legend. Have a good one. That was Benny Loufat here at the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Century. We'll be right back with more in just a moment.
Won't you let us wander? Let us hold each other. Lonely water, won't you let us wander? Let us hold each other. Hold back the river, let me look in your eyes. Hold back the river so I stop for a minute and be by your side. Hold back the river, hold back the
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the AFLNT Northern Territory Team of the Century. If you could please make your way to your seats, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
So take me away across the ocean, out in the horizon. The night is falling. Take me away across the ocean, out in the horizon. The night is falling. Take me away across the ocean, out in the horizon. The night is falling. Skyline closing in, her eyes whispering. We swam across the night to find underwater lights, shadows in
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the AFLNT Northern Territory Team of the Century. If you could please make your way to the seats, our evening is about to commence. Thank you very much.
sunset in the breeze, drifting into me. Her love will make it right this time. So take me away across the ocean, out in the horizon. The night is falling. Take me away across the ocean, out in the horizon. The night is falling.
You are my voodoo child, my voodoo child. You're like voodoo, baby. You just take hold. Put your cards on the table, baby. Do I twist? Do I fold? You're like
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the AFLNT Northern Territory Team of the Century. We do not want to start tonight without everybody in their seats, so please, if you could make your way to your seats as soon as possible, that would be fantastic. We appreciate that you've all haven't seen each other, but we really would like you to please take your seats tonight. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, please. We're almost there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you could please take your seats. Thank you. Again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting for a few more people just at the top just to come through the doors, and we'll begin. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're about 30 seconds from starting. Thank you for taking your seats. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the AFLNT Northern Territory Team of the Century. If you could please turn and see if you can position yourself so you could see the screens. Thank you.
He goes with the short kick, goes over the top of the wall. Terrific kick. Big rocker comes out, up goes the hands. They're running down the grandstand wing now, stretching out. Adensel there, Stanislaus, I can see him. Moskeni, and some of those great players we've seen. That roar is for the Territory side as they run down the green.
In the middle, now Michael Long. Look at this boy go. Away goes Michael Long. 50 metres out. Still going. 30 metres out. Oh, what play! It may have been touched on the line.
Look at this, game tied, and McLeod does that to you. Oh boy.
Michael McLean has a flying shot at goal. It's going very close. It's a brilliant goal.
Got the ball from Mitchell, long one, again down the back of Orioli. Robies perfectly.
Well, he nearly took mark of the year in Adelaide last week, didn't he? He is a remarkable player. He's different. When he goes for those sort of marks.
A century, 100 years, 10 decades. The ultimate measurement of time. The pinnacle of human age if reached. The measurement of champions, of success, and the number used to define each period of our existence on Earth. A century, 100 years. This past 100 years have offered hope, despair, conflict, peace, progress, and achievement. This young nation we are so fortunate to call home has evolved quickly into one of the greatest nations on Earth, an egalitarian nation, where a fair go and mateship are still the core values we uphold. But we are here tonight to celebrate the greatest gift this century has given to the Northern Territory. 100 years of football excellence, embodied into a team of invincibles. A team like no other. A team comprised of the greatest players ever to grace the hallowed ovals of Australia's most unique football environment. A team of champions. A team of stars. So blessed with talent and a ferocious will to win. A team so bountiful with skill, flair and passion that it is hard to imagine this team being beaten by any opponent on any day in any era. Tonight we make history as we bear witness to a once-in-a-century event. 100 years after a ball was first kicked in Darwin, instantaneously igniting a flame of passion for the great game of Australian rules football. A flame that burns brighter today than ever before. A flame that through time will never be extinguished. Tonight, we bestow 22 men with an honour that cannot be described by mere words. An honour that will surpass many of the incredible honours already bestowed on the champions here tonight in our presence. Tonight, we name the AFLNT Team of the Century. Since 1916, Territory football has had many champions, many iconic figures, many legendary footballers, men whose standing in society was earned by toil, by perseverance, and by inspiring us with footballing magnificence. Their names are familiar, their achievements well known, their legacies intact. Tonight, their football achievements will be immortalised as they receive the ultimate recognition, the highest award, the defining honour. Tonight, they are named in a team that will never play, but which will be considered the greatest team of all time. Tonight, these football heroes we so admire are named in the AFLNT Team of the Century. Tonight we name the best footballers to hail from the Northern Territory since 1916. Champions one and all. 22 iconic football giants who richly deserve their place in the AFLNT Team of the Century. Welcome to history in the making. Welcome to a once-in-a-century event. Welcome to the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep that applause going. I want you to welcome to the stage the voice of Northern Territory football, Mr. Charlie King. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Century celebrations. Tonight you join us to write the greatest page in the Territory history of football. Welcome. I'd like to thank our Premier partners, ladies and gentlemen, the Northern Territory Government, both outgoing and incoming, for their valuable support of the event and of football in the Northern Territory. AFLNT would also like to thank event partners and sponsors, Kazali's Club in Palmerston, TIO, Kennard's Hire, the Northern Territory News, Carlton United Breweries, Treasury Wines Estate, Coca-Cola, Amatel and Sitzler Construction. And in particular this evening, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome the Administrator, His Honour Mr John Hardy, and his wife Mari, Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the Honourable Natasha Files, MLA, the Member of Sanderson Kate Warden, MLA, the Member of Karama Nariar Kit, MLA, and the Member of Port Darwin Paul Kirby, MLA. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are the fortunate few who get to witness history unfold as we pay tribute to the best there was, the best there is, and possibly the best there ever will be. Tonight, the best 22 footballers from the first 100 years of football in the Northern Territory will be named. What an incredible honour just to be here to witness that. I'm excited to be here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, to share the experience with many of the people who have contributed so much over so many years to football in the Northern Territory. May I ask that you turn off your mobile phones and whilst the inductee videos are playing, may I also request that guests remain seated. Please note that the bathrooms are located outside underneath the casino and smoking area is also outside. And in the unlikely event that we have to vacate the building, just look for those green signs and follow the directions of Sky City staff. Please also note tonight the event is being live streamed through AFLNT's YouTube channel. Please note AFLNT has gone to great lengths to ensure the information supplied is accurate. Lost records, Cyclone Tracy, and in some cases human error may result in some minor inaccuracies and mispronunciations, so we apologise in advance if that is to occur. I'd like now, ladies and gentlemen, to formally welcome you here to invite the AFLNT Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Michael Solomon.
Thank you for having me. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge that we are standing on the traditional owners' lands of the Larrakia people and pay our respects to the elders past and present and to all Aboriginal people. Gives me great pleasure to be here tonight and to open proceedings. I have a really simple job, which is to say thank you for coming. Thank you to the major sponsors, the NT government, also to Kazales at Palmerston and to all of our sponsors, not just for this night but for every day that football is played in the Territory. I'd like to welcome Andrew Dillon and Tanya Hosh, both who have come up from AFL House, who have joined us. So thank you for attending, and also acknowledge our chairman Ross Coburn and our entire board who are in attendance tonight. To say thank you to the many thousands of people who have administered our games, some of them here tonight, I think the two Tonys are here as well, our volunteers, officials, clubs, players, and even some fans, would be remiss if I didn't, and I thank you all for everything you've done for football in the Northern Territory. The selection process. Wow. So may I say first and foremost, I was a non-voting chairman. So if you have any issues, I'm not your guy. Thank you to the selectors. You'll see them acknowledged shortly up on the screen, and certainly in your take-home books. We had about 55,000 players to choose from. We chose very early that we were not going to set too tight a criteria, and what we wanted to represent was the best footballers that had ever played in the NT. Whether that be one game in juniors or 300 games for one of our clubs, we wanted to acknowledge the very best of the best. So with that number, we started off with a whiteboard that ended up with about 400 names on it, and then from there it started. The reason the selectors have done such a magnificent job is because to get that down to the top 100 alone was truly amazing. Interestingly, they did so many more hours than the hours I had to monitor whilst we were in meetings. We met about 8 times for about 2 hours at a time, but certainly there was hours in the case of our great friend Benny Lufat, days that they mulled over all the records, all the information to make sure they got this as right as possible. To get to in the 40, I think, is an amazing achievement. Some would say it's an honour, and the 22 a privilege. Tonight we'll recognise the top 40 and acknowledge that their input, their rightful place in NT history is a very, very important one. And so, albeit that we had to find 22, the question you'll ask yourself tonight when you look through those names in your book will be, out of the 22, who comes out and who would go in? And a challenge for you, because it was a challenge for the selectors. So to the selectors, I wanted to say thank you very, very much for your many, many, many hours. And finally, our team. We put a lot of events on, as you know, led by our great Steve Nugent, the Mad Irishman, sitting out over there on table 4, and his team to pull this event together, to know what you're going to experience tonight. We're thankful to have them work for us, and so to Steve, you, your team, everyone who's put together tonight, thank you very, very much. So tonight we're celebrating 100 years of football that was first played, I think, out in the Esplanade in 1916. We are now in 2016, and I'm hopeful that I'm not the chairman of the selectors in 100 years' time. I welcome you to our celebration. I hope you have a wonderful night. Welcome to the AFLNT Government Team of the Century.
Thank you, Michael. Ladies and gentlemen, your entree will now be served, but whilst you enjoy your entree, we will acknowledge the top 40 players that Michael talked about and the 5 coaches as well by presenting them with commemorative shields recognising their extensive achievements. And I'm going to ask Ross Coburn, the AFLNT chairman, to join me here to make those presentations. Ross, thank you. And I'd like to ask each member of the top 40 or their respective family member, please make their way to the stage and accept the shield when your name is called. We will do this in lots of 10, and I'll ask you please to hold your applause until we get to that first 10, and we'll do the same from then on. So each 10 you can give them whatever applause you think they deserve, and I'm sure it'll be extensive. Here we go, the top 40, ladies and gentlemen. Number 1, Jimmy Anderson. It's going to be hard to stop. Number 2, Michael Athanasiou. Number 3, Joe Bonson. Number 4, Joel Bowden. Number 5, William Ninny Briston. Number 6, Nathan Buckley. Number 7, Peter Burgoyne. Number 8, Ted Cooper. Number 9, Reuben Cooper Sr. And number 10, Joe Davey. Let's congratulate our first 10. Some fantastic names there, I'm sure you agree, ladies and gentlemen. And Ross, you'll be flat out there getting all those presented in time. Let's move on to the next 10, ladies and gentlemen. Number 11, Bill Dempsey. Number 12, Kaji Dunn. Number 13, Dennis Dunn. Number 14, Michael Graham. Number 15, Cameron Eilert. Number 16, Jared Eilert. Number 17, Russell Jeffrey. Number 18, Edmund Johnson. Number 19, David Cantilla Sr. And number 20, Gimpy Lou Fat. It's the next 10. Still the fantastic names roll out, ladies and gentlemen. 20 to go, and then the 5 coaches we will name at the end of this as well. And from this group, of course, the top 22 were selected. Number 21, Walter Lou Fat. Number 22, Michael Long. Number 23, Noel Long. Number 24, Kelvin Ma. 25, Gilbert McAdam. 26, Michael McLean. 27, Andrew McLeod. Number 28, Henry Peckham. number 29, Michael Poulter, and number 30, Ron Quoll. Okay, from 31 through to 40. Number 31, Morris Rioli. Number 32, Cyril Rioli Jr. Number 33, Cyril Rioli Sr. Number 34, Bill Rowe. Number 35, Matthew Stokes. Number 36, John Bubba Ty. Number 37, Iggy Vallejo. Number 38, Benny Vagona. Number 39, Darryl White. And the last one, number 40, Mark Motlop. The top 40, ladies and gentlemen, gather in front of you on the stage. And I'll now, whilst they are the rest of them are making their way onto the stage, I'll name the top 5 coaches as selected. Number 1, Aldo Rosetto. Number 2, George Liveris. Number 3, John KJ Taylor. Number 4 was Mark Motlop. And number 5 was Richard Taylor. The 5 coaches. So it started with over 5,000, ladies and gentlemen, and it got down to this 40. In front of you stands football royalty, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. As the 45 make their way back to their tables, now that the shield presentation to the shortlisted 40 is complete, let's get these historic selections underway. Each of the selected players will be presented with a specially made medallion. Important announcement, may I ask that selected players or their representatives please remain seated until the end of your video before making your way directly to the stage. You'll be invited to say a few words, after which you'll move to the photography area down in that back left-hand corner from where I'm standing for an official photo. We ask that you please keep in mind that we have so very much to celebrate this evening, so speeches, could you please keep them to a minute or two. So let us begin, ladies and gentlemen. We will now begin naming the members of the greatest team of all time, players who are the best there was, the best there is, and as I said earlier, possibly the best there ever will be. Please turn your attention to the screens as we name the AFL Northern Territory Government Team of the Century. We commence tonight's selection by naming our Coach of the Century. Check out the screen.
AFL is a game where coaches are judged solely on their ability to win games. And it is John KJ Taylor's outstanding win-loss ratio as coach of St Mary's that football fans in the NT continue to talk about to this day. He coached Geelong Football League club St Peters to a premiership in 1981. And after moving north in 1983, he began his long and distinguished career as coach of St Mary's. KJ's tenure at St Mary's began in 1983-84, and he coached the Saints for a club record 13 seasons. KJ was coach of St Mary's for 252 games in all, won 229 of them, and lost a minuscule 23. Taylor's tenure as Saints coach was a veritable flag fest, as he guided his beloved Saints to an astounding 11 premierships over 14 years. Taylor was coach of the NT representative side an incredible 18 times, winning the Division 2 Bicentennial Carnival in 1988, a pivotal moment for NT football. He was named coach of the Back to Cyclone Tracy team of 2 decades, and received the illustrious NT Government Award for Excellence in Sport in 1994 and 1996. Awarded life membership of the NTFL in 1997 and the Australian Sports Medal in 2000. KJ was inducted into the AFLNT Hall of Fame in 2010. Due recognition for his immeasurable contribution to the NTFL. All great teams need a great coach, and there can only be one choice of coach for the team named tonight, and the choice was unanimous, as KJ Taylor is a coach without peer. Tonight, the man chosen to coach the AFLNT Team of the Century is the greatest coach of 100 years of NT footy, the great John KJ Taylor.
Thank you. John KJ Taylor, inducted as the coach of the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Century. John Taylor, congratulations.
Thanks, Alex.
Well done.
Must be working.
It is, it is. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, fantastic. You got me on the hop a little bit. The coach is nearly always last, and you cracked it up here for being first cab off the rank. It's a bit hard.
There must be people you want to thank, though.
Well, there is, but there's so many of them, you know. Over the journey, as we all know, it's sort of... someone once said to me, you're only as good as your backup resources, and I've had some pretty good backup resources, you know, both through the St Mary's Football Club and through the AFLNT. So I've had some great players. I was just talking to someone as I was coming up here, and they said, oh, you should do okay. And I said, well, I had some pretty good players, so, you know, they made it pretty easy really over the journey, and a lot of them are still around.
Lots of great highlights in your life, no doubt. Where do you place this one tonight?
Well, they all get better and better. I thought the Hall of Fame was pretty good. But, you know, the fact that this is only once in a century, and I'm not going to be for the next one, I don't think, makes it pretty special. And when you sort of look at the NT, I mean, the longer you live up here, the more you appreciate how different we are and how special we are, you know, with our lifestyle and the way we live and the people you meet. And that's probably the highlight. You know, I've been taught a lot of things. You know, I've made some contribution through footy, I know that, but in terms of life and friends and how to go about things, you know, we're top of the tree.
Great to see you, John. Congratulations. Fantastic achievement. Coach of 100 years of football is just extraordinary.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Thanks, Charlie.
Well done. Thanks, John. John Taylor, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, KJ. And now let's move on to a selection of another star. Check out the screen here.
The name Russell Jeffrey is synonymous with Territory football. Hugely respected and admired by all, a dedicated and determined Jeffrey had a stellar playing career that stretched from the mid-1980s to 2002. Russell Jeffrey played 201 NTFL games for St Mary's, Wanderers and the Palmerston Magpies. A proud Territorian, he donned the Northern Territory representative Guernsey an amazing 24 times. He was a key member of the historic 1988 Bicentennial Team, the Indigenous All-Stars team in 1994, a member of the Back to Cyclone Tracy team of 2 decades, and in 1990 became the first NT footballer to represent Victoria in a State of Origin match. A talented footballer, he caught the eye of AFL recruiters, and after stints with Geelong, St Kilda and the Brisbane Bears, he returned to the NT and captained Wanderers to a premiership in 1992-93, winning the coveted Cheney Medal for a brilliant performance in the grand final. Highly regarded as an excellent coach as well, he coached Wanderers from 1993 to 1997, the NT Teal Cup team in 1994-95, was the NTFL representative coach in 1996, 1997, 2000, and famously coached the Palmerston Magpies to back-to-back premierships in 2001 and 2002. His contribution to NT football was recognised in 2009-10 when he was awarded NTFL Player Life Membership and inducted into the AFLNT Hall of Fame in 2010. In recognition of his talent, hard work and a lifetime commitment to Northern Territory football, he richly deserves his spot in the greatest team of all time, Russell Jeffrey. We welcome you into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
From KJ to RJ, ladies and gentlemen, Russell Jeffrey. Russell. Russell, how are you feeling right now? This is a big moment.
Absolutely crapping myself, to be honest with you. Not fair, number 2. Yeah. Fantastic, mate. Honestly, really good.
You too must have people that contributed to your career from a young age in Darwin, rising to the highest possible state representative into AFL level. Are there people you want to thank?
Yeah, look, obviously there is. Certainly my mum and dad, not with us now, but they really supported me from the word go. My brothers, my sisters, especially my oldest brother Stuart, and also Joe, and my wife Kim, who has come along this journey from, well, the start of my senior career really, and I don't know how, but she's still with me today, so I respect that. And obviously, look, the players I've played with, the coaches I've had, the players I've played against, the people that have supported me. She's a great journey, Aussie Rules. Any sport's a great journey, but I think there's something special about Aussie Rules that nobody else in the world has got, and to be honoured like this is an enormous recognition. I was happy to be in the top 40, mate, I'll tell you.
You've given so much to the game, Russell. Still more to give. How much longer will you give?
Oh, look, I've got 3 younger boys now, 18, 14, and soon to be, or 12-year-old, soon to be 13. that's where I'll be putting my energy, mate, into those young fellas. They play pretty good footy, and I'd really like to see where their journey goes and go along for the ride and support them as much as I can. So that's my real focus at the moment.
No one will ever take it off you. You're a member of the team of the century, the greatest player of the last 100 years. Congratulations. Russell Jeffrey.
Thank you.
And now we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next selection.
When football fans walk through the Bonson gates at TIO Stadium, they are reminded of the storied Bonson family, one of Darwin's most famous and most talented footballing clans. The son of Buffalo's champion and AFLNT Hall of Famer Don Bonson, Joe Bonson commenced his league career in 1953-54 with the Nightcliff Tigers Football Club, considered by many to be one of the greatest footballers ever to play in the Northern Territory. Joe Bonson was an elite local footballer who played the game so well he helped put Northern Territory football on the map. Joe was one of 4 Bonson brothers to play league football with the Nightcliff Tigers. A supremely talented footballer, Joe Bonson also played for North Adelaide in the Sandful and West Perth in the Waffle. Joe Bonson was a member of the Tigers' grand final runners-up teams in 1957-58 and 1965-66. He then claimed the ultimate prize in NT football as a member of the Tigers' premiership winning teams in 1956-57, 1960-61 and 1964-65. Twice runner-up in the Nichols Medal, Joe Bonson went on to win the coveted medal in 1958-59 and 1959-60, making him one of the few dual Nichols medalists. Joe Bonson won an astounding 6 club best and fairest from 1957-58 to 1962-63 and was the club's leading goal kicker a remarkable 3 times in 1961-62, 62-63 and 64-65. He also represented the Northern Territory in a game against the Mount Isa League select team Mary Kathleen in 1961. Joe Bonson was recognised as a true Tiger great in 1966 when he was awarded life membership of the club, and his lifetime contribution to NT football was also recognised when he was made an NTFL Player Life Member in 1986 and inducted into the AFLNT Hall of Fame in 2010. Joe Bonson retired in 1970, having played his 200th league match, the curtain finally closing on one of Northern Territory's great footballing careers. We welcome Joe Bonson, a genuine Nightcliff great, a man who gave his all for the Tigers season after season, into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
So Russell Jeffrey named in the back line, Joe Bonson named as a half forward in the team of the century to accept on his behalf today his son Rodney Bonson. Thanks, Joey. You must be extremely proud of Dad tonight.
Oh, a bit speechless. Yeah, me and my brother, we named our team about 3 weeks ago. I had Dad in and out, centre half, forward pocket. And about 3 days ago, I said, no, we can't fit him in. I had him out, so sorry, pup. So it's a big honour, very big honour, thank you.
Tell us about this man. We know some information, but what can you share for us?
He was a stubborn bloke, wouldn't tell me nothing about his footy because obviously he retired 2 years before I was born, so back in those days there was no social media, cameras, so all I relied on was when I was about 10, 12 years of age, I'm having Mum clean out our bedroom, and Mum brought out this big box, and there was all these photo clippings this big. And back in those days, the NT News, when they covered a footy game, they covered 1 page for 1 game. And that's when I realised, gee, Dad wasn't a bad player, you know? So, but before that, I didn't know much. And over the years, people have tried to say, come on, Joe, how good were you? You know, he was a very, very humble guy, and he'd rather talk about the players he played with or against. And, he never really hardly talked about himself. He was just that's probably his family life, you know, being one of 12 children. He always looked after his 7 sisters and 4 brothers, and you know, he probably 3 or 4 years he had off footy in his late 20s to go and walk down the track to save money to buy a house. So that's the sort of person he was. He put other people before himself, and we're very proud of that. We've had a very good upbringing because of Mum and Dad.
He was a very quiet man. Last 4 years, you said, didn't say much. What would you say to him if you could say something to him tonight? What would you say to your dad?
I'd say, Dad, I know you're up there with your good mate, Teddy Cooper, and you're probably watching down over the beer with Pop and Uncle Don and having a cigarette in the best bets. If he was in this team tonight, he would have told KJ, I'm just going to go to the prep hotel with my brother and father, have a beer, cigarette. I'll come back at 3/4 time. Just put me in the forward pocket. It'll be all right. That's the sort of guy he was. Yep.
Good on you, Rodney. Well done. Great story. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Rodney Bonson, thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we select yet another truly great player.
Clifford Gympie Lou Fat. Hailing from the legendary Territory football Lou Fat family, Clifford Lou Fat, or Gympie as he was more affectionately known, is one of the greatest players to don the green and gold of St Mary's. The only person to win NTFL Best and Fairest medals in all grades that existed during his playing career, Gympie secured the first of his many awards in 1960-61, winning the Steve Abala Colts Medal. In 1962-63, Gympie kicked the winning goal for Saints in the reserve grade grand final to give his brother Terry the honour of being the only coach in NTFL history at the time to coach the Premier League and reserve grade teams to the flag in the same season. Gympie Lou Fat played some of his best football in the mid-60s, an era that saw him dominate the Saints Club Best and Fairest award, winning it for the first time in 1963-64. The following season, in 64-65, Gympie not only won the club's Best and Fairest for the second year running, he was also the club's leading goal kicker with 29 goals, and topped off an outstanding year by being awarded the NTFL's highest accolade, the Nichols Medal. Gympie was a key player in the Saints Premiership teams of 1965-66 and 1966-67, and he won the club's Best and Fairest both years, giving him a stunning haul of 4 St Mary's Best and Fairest awards. In 1967-68, he won the Saints' leading goal kicker for the second time with 33 goals, and in that same season Gympie was selected to play in the 1967 NTFL All-Star team against the VFL All-Stars team, coached by Ron Barassi, which included legendary players such as Bob Skilton, Alex Jesselenko, and a host of other top Australian footballers. A fine rover and a quick thinker, Gympie was much tougher than he looked, as showcased in his reserve grade playing days of the late 1970s and early 80s. In 1977-78, Gympie won the first of his Mitchley medals in reserve grade. In 1978-79, Gympie won his second Mitchley medal and was captain coach of the St Mary's reserve grade team that was part of the most memorable season in the club's history, winning 5 premierships across different grades in one day. A St Mary's Football Club and NTFL Life member, Gympie's love for St Mary's continued as he coached the reserves, the under-18s and under-16 grades. A 3-time Mitchley Reserve Grade medal winner, he played his last game for the Saints in his mid-40s, but continued to play in the NT Football Association competition with the Tracy Village Football Club until his retirement at the age of 55. Tonight, we welcome a man who gave his all for his beloved green and gold, a man who played to win, but who also played the game with flair, skill and courage. Tonight, alongside his father Walter, Gympie Lou Fat becomes a footballing immortal as he takes a well-deserved and hard-earned spot in the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Shirley Lou Fat to accept, on behalf of her late husband Gympie, a forward in the Team of the Century. Shirley, good to see. Tougher than he looked, they said. Was that the case?
He certainly was, and I remember having this conversation with you when we had the Hall of Fame presentation. So he certainly was, but never ever bragged about how good he really was. Apart from that, I do agree with KJ with regards to the local footballers in Darwin and their families and what have you. We do have something special.
What would Gimpy be feeling tonight? This is the big one, isn't it?
It is, and I have to admit that I feel quite emotional about it, and I just so wish he was here, because he would be the proudest Territorian you could ever find to accept this award, because he was never one to go out there and brag, but yeah, he'd be above the sky big time. Yeah.
From a youngster to 50 years of age, I'd imagine there are a few lawns left unmowed over the wet season. What was he like as a person?
No, that didn't happen. He had duties at home,
Okay.
as well as on the field. I do remember you said he finished his career at 55, which was true, and he used to train over at Tracy Village, and we live on Hembury Avenue. So he would come home. If the lawns had to be mowed, they had to be mowed, regardless of what time he came home. But no, he certainly put a lot into the game, and as I said before, he was not just a footballer. He played every single sport in town and was very good at what he did. Yeah.
I don't know if you believe in his presence in the room, but what would you say to your late husband tonight?
Well, he is in the room, because the little necklace that I have here does have some of his ashes, and I brought him with me.
Will you say something to him?
Will I say something to him? Very official. What I would like to say to him I just so wish he was here with us to accept this prestigious award, because he would just be above himself accepting it. He really would, and especially from you as well.
Oh, Shirley, you're too nice.
No, that's...
He is here in the night. Thank you, Shirley,
Yeah,
for tonight. Thanks so much. Thank you, Shirley. Thank you. So Gimpy Lou Fat goes into the forward line for the team of the century, and I have no doubt that this next selection will be just as popular. Have a look at this.
The great Gilbert McAdam is Alice Springs football royalty and one of the greatest football players to emerge from Central Australia. Starting his football career with South Alice Football Club as a junior, where he won the best and fairest in the inaugural under-15 competition. In 1979, Gilbert moved his way through the ranks to the senior teams, following in the footsteps of his older brother Greg. Gilbert was part of the Northern Territory Primary School representative team, coached by Brian Deslands, that defeated South Australia in 1979 to win the first national title by a Territory team. He moved to South Australia in 1982, joining the North Adelaide Football Club at 14 years of age. In 1984, Gilbert represented the Northern Territory in the Under-17 Teal Cup team, before returning to live in the Territory in 1985. He played 2 seasons with the Waratah Football Club in the NTFL in 1985-86 and 1986-87, winning the club's Best and Fairest award in both seasons and finishing 3rd in the Nichols Medal in 1985-86. In 1986, Gilbert headed west for a short stint with Claremont Football Club in the Waffle, playing 3 games and kicking 5 goals. Gilbert returned to the NT and coached the Waratah Football Club in 1987-88, a season which also saw him selected to play for the NTFL representative side against Essendon in 1986 and the Sydney Swans in 1987. Gilbert joined the Sandford Club Central Districts, where he was coached by the legendary Neil Curley. He won the prestigious McGarry Medal in 1989, a year that also saw him win a premiership with Central Districts, as well as winning the club's Best and Fairest award. Drafted by St Kilda in 1989, he played 53 AFL matches including finals, before joining the Brisbane Bears, where he played a further 58 matches, before retiring in 1996 after 111 AFL games and 89 goals. He continued to be a true Territory footballer, representing the combined Northern Territory and Queensland team against Tasmania in 1993, the Allies against Western Australia in Perth, and he was a member of the 1994 Aboriginal All-Stars team that played against Collingwood at Marara Oval. With his passion for the Territory and the Waratah Football Club still strong, Gilbert returned to play for Tars in 1995-96 and was player-coach in the 1996-97 NTFL Grand Final. Gilbert retired to Alice Springs, where he coached the South Alice Football Club to the 1999 CAFL Premiership, a member of the Sandful Indigenous Team of the Century, and inducted into the AFLNT Hall of Fame in 2014. Gilbert McAdam richly deserves his place in the team being named tonight. It is an honour to welcome Gilbert McAdam, one of Central Australia's greatest ever footballers, into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Part of that great McAdam family from Central Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen the best of them, and Gilbert stands amongst them. Alice Springs represented here tonight and named in this Team of the Century. Here he comes, Gilbert McAdam. Gilly. Gilbert McAdam. Gilly, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Oh, look, I feel pretty excited, Charlie, because sometimes you don't know what to expect, you know, and, you know, me, I don't take anything for granted, and I've always been like that, so, you know, I just thought I'd come tonight and just see what happens, and if I got in, I got in, if I didn't, I didn't, and that's okay, because that's the way life is, so, yeah. But look, at the end of the day, I just want to say, I just want to say what a contribution I've done to Territory football. And no, it's true. It's not just AFL and SANFL. And a lot of people probably don't know it, but you know, I had my good mate Russell Jeffries up there before, and I'm sure I'm going to see Mr. Magic Man up there shortly as well. And it started for me in 1975, didn't it, brothers? And we played in a primary school Australian Championships, and I think it was Mr. Lee, Mr. Sam Lee was our coach, and Majo, I know I'm showing your age here, but yeah, look, that's all I remember. That was the start of my career, Charlie, and from there I was fortunate enough to play in 1979 with Mr. Brian Deslands, and we were fortunate enough to win the Australian Championships. We played at Adelaide Oval in 1979. I was only 12. And we won the Australian Championships, and that was massive back in them days because NT had never won anything like that, let alone football. And, you know, after that I got recruited to Alice Springs at the age of 14. And then I went and played, obviously, what I did, and got homesick, as we do. And I'm not the only one. There's plenty of them in here that's been homesick. And I come back home and said, no, this is not for me. But then I eventually snapped out of it, and I said, no, I've got a bit of ability, I need to go back. And then I had a go at Claremont. I went to Central Districts Football Club. I was very fortunate enough to bump into a great coach in Neil Curley. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't have won the McGarry Medal, and I still say this to this day because we met each other halfway, Charlie. And then from there, I went to the AFL, and I contributed in the AFL, just not the SANFL, before the AFL come in the competition. And then when I finished my career, I came back home. And I played with Waratahs, and I played in a not a premiership, bloody St Mary's beat us again. But I think I played in 1997 or something, and they beat us in the final. And so, you know, not only just that, I went back to Alice Springs, and I coached the team that I grew up with, South Alice Springs. And that's something that is in my memory more than playing AFL. To be able to go back to my home country in Alice Springs and coach South Alice Springs Football Club and win the premiership that my brothers Greg and Adrian McAdam grew up with, and Charlie McAdam was the president of the footy club. That was bigger than playing AFL, Charlie, and I really mean that from the heart. So, stuff like that, and not just stuff like that, but playing in the Collingwood game against the All-Stars and stuff like that. At the end of the day, I'm just grateful that I've contributed to NT football, but not just NT football, but everywhere else. So, the selectors, I just want to say one thing to the selectors. I feel really sorry for them, and it is. It's a really hard thing, and people have got no idea. Until you become a coach, I've become a coach. I had to drop a couple of blokes before the grand final, Charlie, and I know what it's like. You know what I mean? Like, so, at the end of the day, I don't know. They got to make choices. So good luck, and I'm just happy, Charlie. Very happy.
You are. Well done, Gilbert McAdam. Fantastic. Well done, brother. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, ladies and gentlemen. I knew. But he is fantastic, and get him on the Marngroup Footy Show whenever you like, the great Gilly McAdam. Ladies and gentlemen, before we take a break for the main course this evening, let's finish with naming this really important position for tonight, the full forward of this incredible team. Here we go.
Every champion team needs a champion goal kicker, and taking his place up front for the AFLNT Team of the Century is one of the most prolific goal scorers the NTFL has ever seen. The Tiwi goal-kicking machine, Dennis Dunn. Dennis played 204 games for NTFL powerhouse St Mary's, winning 9 premierships during the 80s and 90s. He was the NTFL's leading goal kicker for 4 consecutive years, from 1984 to 1988. In keeping with tonight's theme of 100, Dunn himself was no stranger to all things 100, topping a century of goals in 2 seasons, and kicking 10 or more goals in a game 17 times, including an astonishing 20-goal haul against Waratah in 1984-85. Dennis Dunn also held the league record for most goals in an NTFL season, kicking 128 goals in 1985-86 until it was overtaken in 2014. He represented the NTFL on 12 occasions and was selected in the Indigenous All-Stars team against Collingwood in 1994, where he bagged 5 goals. A member of the Back to Cyclone Tracy team of 2 decades and an NTFL Life member, his goal-scoring feats are part of territory football folklore. And it is fitting that the NTFL Leading Goal Scorer Award is named in his honour. Who better to have kicking truly for goal in the AFLNT Team of the Century than the great Dennis Dunn?
The greatest full forward we'd have ever seen, ladies and gentlemen. Dennis Dunn is here.
Died last night in my dreams, walking the streets of some old ghost town. I tried to believe in God and
Congratulations, Dennis. How are you feeling right now?
Very nervous, Charlie.
We've spoken to you a few times, and you've always said you kick goals because the players upfield were able to get the ball and deliver it to you. We've spoken to some of those players who said he made good players look even better because when they kicked to you, they knew you were going to mark it and you're going to kick the goal. How do you feel about those sorts of compliments?
Oh, no, really, Charlie. I think it was the other way around. They made me look good, really. And I played, with a lot of good players over the years. Yeah, and they made me look good.
Tell us about some of the great players that you played with. Can you run off a few names for us?
Oh, well, there's that many with St Mary's. There's Mick Anthonazes, There's that many. There's, Sir Rioli, all the Long brothers. And then you had Adrian Machini. There's a lot of champions that I used to play with with St. Mary's. And there was, as we went on and played for the NTFL, met a lot of good players as well, and they even made me look even better, like Michael McLean, Russell Jeffries, Gilly McAdam, and Andy McLeod. 1 year with Buckley, yeah.
Did your hunger for kicking goals ever diminish, or did you always have the hunger to kick goals?
And I always had the hunger to kick goals, Charlie.
You'd do it now, wouldn't you?
I wish.
Dennis, congratulations. Wonderful career, there's no doubt about it. Deservedly the full forward in the team of the century.
Thank you, Charlie.
Good on you, mate. Well done, brother. Dennis Dunn, what a beauty, ladies and gentlemen. You've had a taste of things to come, I've got to tell you. We're now going to take a break for your main course, so please enjoy your meal, and we'll be back with inductee number 7 soon. Thank you.
Best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war. You can talk the guy, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you can find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name.
Welcome back to the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Century. I'm joined by St. Mary's legend, the Bulldog, Jared Eilert. How are you tonight, mate?
Levi, very good, mate.
Excellent, mate, excellent. Now, when I spoke to you a couple of months ago, you were named in the top 40. You were stoked to just be named in that list then. How would you be if you were named in the 22 tonight?
Yeah, mate, look, I can't see it happening, to be honest, and I'm just really thrilled to be in the top 40. I mean, I'll be flat out trying to get in a team at St. Mary's over the number of years, and these guys, in my mind anyway, they were the untouchables.
Yeah.
Growing up, you were always striving to reach their level of, I guess, commitment. In some of the speeches we've heard tonight, they wore their hearts on their sleeve, and they were true characters of territory football and led the way for territory football. And certainly I was after that, and I always saw the responsibility to actually acknowledge them and try and get to their level, and that's why in my mind they're the untouchables.
Yeah, excellent, mate. Now, you've said before that sometimes it's a little bit competitive. Well, actually, all the time it's competitive between you and Cam on the field. Is it competitive tonight for a spot, or is it just you're here for a good time?
No, actually, considering the last few months, mate, it's actually nice to sit down with Mum and Dad and Cam and Jade and my wife Barbara and just chill out and have a couple of beers and actually talk to each other. It's been so busy. It's not competitive tonight. I think Cam and I know where we stand. And it's just good to catch up, as well as a lot of people we haven't seen for a long time through the football community.
Yeah. Mate, you're surrounded by great names here tonight. It must be pretty special just to be involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, Ted Liddy, I wore number 6 for the St Mary's Football Club, and I'll never forget Ted Liddy presenting me that Guernsey when I first started out with Iggy Vallejo. And that, I think we've lost some of that through over the years, and we probably need to reintroduce that to make sure our young generation know that these guys were trailblazers, these guys set the scene, and you need to respect that, honour that, and give it all to your football and to your football club. And really, really humbled to be even mentioned in the top 40. So just happy to chill out, mate, tonight.
Awesome. Well, mate, you're a legend of the game. Thanks for having a chat. Enjoy the rest of the night, and all the best.
Thanks, Levi.
Cheers, mate. Cheers. We'll be back with more just after this.
What you done? Have you done? might kickstart me and my broken heart. I need a little loving tonight, hold me so I'm not falling apart. A little, but I'm hoping it might kickstart me and my broken heart. Yeah, shotgun aimed at my heart. You got one, tear me apart and there's some. How do we call this love? I try to run away, but your eyes tell me to stay. Oh, why do we call this love? It seems like we've been losing control. Somebody tell me I'm not alone when I say all I need's a little love in my life. All I need's a little love in the dark. A little, but I'm hoping it might kickstart me and my broken heart. I need a little loving tonight, hold me so I'm not falling apart. A little, but I'm hoping it might kickstart me and my broken heart. Maybe some part of you just hates me. You pick me up and play me. How do we call this love? One time, tell me you need me tonight. To make it easy, you lie and say it's all for love. It seems like we've been losing control. Somebody tell me I'm not alone when I say all I need's a little love in my life. All I need's a little love in the dark. A little, but I'm hoping it might kickstart me and my broken heart. I need a little loving tonight, hold me so I'm not falling apart. A little, but I'm hoping it might kickstart me and my broken heart. Whoa, whoa. Me and my broken heart. Whoa, whoa. Me and my broken. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's just me. It's just me. It's just me. Me and my broken heart. All I need's a little love in my life. All I need's a little love in the dark. A little, but I'm hoping it might kickstart me and my broken heart. I need a little loving tonight, hold me so I'm not falling apart. A little, but I'm hoping it might kickstart me and my broken heart. No, I said it's true. I could feel the love. Can you feel it too? I could feel it. I could feel it. You know I said it's true. I could feel the love. Can you feel it too? I could feel it. I could feel it. Yeah. You know I said it's true. I could feel the love. Can you feel it too? I could feel it. I could feel it. You know I said it's true. I could feel the love. Can you feel it too? I could feel it. I could feel it.
Back to the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Century. I'm joined with Russell Jeffrey. Mate, you've been inducted. How are you feeling?
Absolutely fantastic, mate. It's a bit of a surreal feeling, and yeah, I'm pretty proud at the moment, I can tell you, mate.
I interviewed you a couple months back. That was when you were named in the top 40. Did you think you would have made it into the 22?
Nah, look, I didn't, mate, and the reason I didn't was I looked at that top 40 very briefly and thought, there's a lot of damn good players there, and at that time I was obviously very happy that I did make the top 40, and if that was the end of my journey, it was something that I would still have been just as proud of, but yeah, sneaking into to the 22s, yeah, it's something that's going to remain with me for the rest of my life, mate.
Now, you've got just about every award, accolade, medal, premierships, Hall of Fame. What's next, mate?
My kids. That's where my focus is. I really want to support them and grow with them as their journey continues in football, however it goes, however far it goes. I'm certainly not not the kind of father that pushes them. I just support them. I sit back and I just want them to get the same amount of enjoyment out of the game as I did.
Mate, well, congratulations once again. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
That was Russell Jeffrey, and we'll be back with more just after this. Welcome back to the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Century. You might recognise this bloke I'm standing with here. This is Gilbert McAdam. Mate, how are you tonight?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited, Levi, and obviously I've been selected, so yeah, no, I'm really happy at the moment, so it's good.
Now, mate, a huge list of accolades for you. You're one of the greatest to come out of Central Australia. 111 games in the AFL, played for Saints, Brizzy. What's it mean to you to be included in the 22 tonight?
Oh, look, it means a lot, you know, and I obviously played a lot of footy in the SANFL and won a McGarry medal as well, you know, but not just that. My contribution to NT footy has been great. I'd like to think, well, you know, I played against Essendon before, you know, in 85, 86 in Sydney, you know, before I even made it to the AFL. So, and then after I retired, I come back and then I played with Waratahs in a grand final, and then I went back to Alice Springs and coached and won a premiership with South Alice Springs Footy Club. So, no, I'd like to think that I've made a good contribution to this state.
Absolutely, mate. You've done it all. You've done it all. You were named in the 2014 Hall of Fame. How does this compare?
Oh, look, I can't compare it because it's great to be in the Hall of Fame as well. Don't get me wrong. And no, look, I'm just going to go with it, and I'm just excited. But look, at the end of the day, I felt sorry for the selectors because you try and fit. You know, it's just you try and compare players to different eras. It's impossible. You know, it's like trying to compare racing car drivers or racehorses. You just can't do it because it's a different era.
Yeah, absolutely. You played for Tars. Will we ever see you in the Tars jersey again, mate?
Well, you never know. And a lot of people forget that I played with Tars, and I've made a lot of contribution with that footy club. And I hear the great Magic McLean's coaching them this year, so you never know. I might come back and maybe he might ring me up as an assistant. You never know. You never know.
All right, mate. Enjoy the night. Appreciate the chat. All the best, mate.
All the best, brother. Cheers. Have a good one.
No worries. We'll be back with more after this.
Well, I came home like a stone, and I fell heavy into your arms. These days of dark, which we've known, will blow away with this new sun. But I'll kneel down, wait for now. And I'll kneel down, know my ground. And I will wait for you. And I will wait for you. So break my step and relent. Well, you forgave and I won't forget. Know what we've seen and him with less. Now in some way shake the excess. 'Cause I will wait for you. And I will wait for you. And I will wait for you. And I will wait for you. Now I'll be old as well as strong, and use my head alongside my heart. So tame my flesh and fix my eyes. A tethered mind freed from the lies. And I'll kneel
comfort. We have traveled land and sea, but as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Knowing the little heart, you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. We set out on a mission to find our inner peace, make it everlasting, so nothing's incomplete. It's easy being with you, sacred simplicity, as long as we're together.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're about to commence, so if you could please find your seats, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome back to the stage our Master of Ceremonies, the voice of football himself. Come on, Mr. Charlie King. Get those hands moving. Good on you, Charlie.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed your main course. Hope you left some room for dessert coming up shortly. Let's get straight to it. Turn your attention to the stage for the next round of inductions, 7 through to 14. The next player is a genuine all-time great, right here.
A club mainstay and a universally acclaimed NTFL champion through the 1950s and 60s, the much-loved and highly respected Darwin Buffalo Jimmy Anderson played in 9 grand finals for his beloved Double Blues, winning 3 premierships in 1962-63, 1963-64 and 1967-68. Jimmy Anderson won the club best and fairest 3 times, in 1957-58, 61-62 and 1963-64. Was twice runner-up in the Nichols Medal in 1961-62 and 1963-64, and finished 3rd in 1957-58. A fearless and ferociously tough on-baller, he represented the NT 5 times, from 1966 to 1969, and also played 2 seasons for Waffle Club West Perth. Jimmy Anderson also coached the Buffaloes in 1960-61 and coached the Wanderers in 1971-72. Unsurprisingly, after how much of his life he gave to the club and the great game of Australian rules in the Northern Territory, Jimmy is a Buffaloes Life member and NTFL Player Life member. A Buffaloes champion, a true NTFL great, and a man whose name is synonymous with territory footballing brilliance. It comes as no surprise that the talented, dedicated and committed Darwin Buffalo, Jimmy Anderson, has earned a richly deserved place in the AFLNT Team of the Century.
And the names echo down through the ages, none more so than the name of Jimmy Anderson. Unfortunately, Jimmy can't be with us tonight, but his son, William, will join us on the stage to speak on his behalf. Message for Dad tonight. What are you going to tell him, William?
I got something written down, just a bit of his stuff before I found out about an hour before I had to come here, so yeah, not sort of used to these things, so bear with me a bit. He couldn't be here tonight, but he wanted me to pass on a few words on his behalf. He said, I was a passionate footballer and I loved my time playing this great game. Played against many of the best the Northern Territory and Australia had to offer. My passion, though, was putting on a double blue jumper in the Buffaloes and running out each week with the men I call my brothers today. And what I can remember was a bloody battle and a clash of real men. I can remember my first game as a 14 or a 15-year-old, and two of the tough men of the league, who we can't remember at the time, got him off the ball and knocked him out. When he woke, he said there were two opposition bodies laying next to him. So that day, the Buffaloes were his family. So every game he ran out, whether we're a captain or just a player, he knew they had his back. At the end of the day, that's what he lived for. His brothers, his family, and his club, the Darwin Buffaloes. He would also like to thank this great honour. It's been a privilege to be standing among the great players selected tonight that were there with him, against him, and the players that played long after he retired. This is an amazing acknowledgement, so thank you for the memories. He will cherish them forever.
Tony, William. Jim might be up tonight watching this on YouTube, but if he's not, what are you going to say to him when you go home?
Look, he'd probably be past his bedtime, so I think he'd be snoozing a bit. But no, look, he's a bit sick at the moment, so I'd be happy and he'd be over the moon to receive this. All of his hard work that he's put in over many years, even being involved with the club. So he loves his Buffaloes, loves his double blue. So thanks to everyone that voted for him and the people that were obviously there playing with him, playing against him and whatnot. So thanks a lot, everybody, and he appreciates this a lot.
And this round of applause will make him feel a little bit better. For Jimmy Anderson,
thanks, guys.
Let's select now another famous backman. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the greats here.
A favourite son of Tigerland, Centralian Joel Bowden played 265 games for the Richmond Football Club from 1996 until 2009. Joel was a Northern Territory schoolboys representative in 1993, when he was named in the All-Australian Schoolboys team, winning the J.L. Williams Medal for Best Player of the Championship, and represented the NT a second time the following year. The third in line of four Bowdens to play for the Tigers. His father Mike and brothers Sean and Patrick also donned the famous yellow and black. Joel Bowden joined the Tigers via the father-son rule and made his debut against Hawthorn in 1996. Initially a running half forward, he graduated to the back line where he quickly made his mark by reinventing the art of defence. Often asked to play on taller and stronger opponents, Bowden used his pace, superior ball handling skills and devastating left foot to beat many opponents. Although only playing in 3 finals throughout his career, Joel Bowden excelled in all 3, proving to the football world that he was a big game player who excelled in the cauldron-like atmosphere of finals football. In a highly decorated career, Joel Bowden proudly represented his country twice against Ireland in the International Rules Series in 2001 and 2004. He won Richmond's Best and Fairest in 2004 and 2005 and was named an AFL All-Australian in 2005 and 2006. Joel also represented the Allies against Victoria in 1998. Joel Bowden is a man who gave his all for the yellow and black, a man who never once shirked a contest, and who never gave less than 100% in the relentless pursuit of victory throughout his 265-game career. Inducted into the AFL Central Australia Hall of Fame in 2005, Joel Bowden was also named in 8HA's CAFL Outback Team of Champions as the West's Football Club's best player since records began in 1948. Tonight we congratulate one of Territory football's favourite sons as he is named in the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Oh, that wonderful Bowden name, ladies and gentlemen, and Joel Bowden here tonight. That great career he had at Richmond in the AFL, and then he came back home again, so we welcomed him back. Here's Joel Bowden. Thanks, Joel. Well done. Joel, so many highlights for you representing Australia and all those different things. Where do you place this tonight amongst the top 100 players in the Territory?
Yeah, it's really funny, Charlie, and so I've been reflecting on it because it's been a conversation going around the office now for about 6 months, and Stephen and the team and Hannah and Mandela have sort of been, egging me on a bit whether I get in or not. So thanks for making me nervous and wait. So and to Michael, but it's funny. So I didn't come up for the Hall of Fame, and Steve Nugent still eggs me, and he says, "Oh, you didn't come up," and I was like, "Well, I just couldn't get up here, etc." And I didn't realise how important it was. And so tonight I understand the magnitude, and coming back, 2 years ago to the Territory and coming home, I start to get a better understanding and a better feel and a better sense of how important footy is to everyone. Growing up in Alice Springs and spending countless hours in the scoreboard. That's my, every time the Alice Springs highlights come up, I just look at the scoreboard because that's where I watched about four years, and Jenny Sinclair's laughing because that's where I used to live, in the scoreboard, and Dad would throw me some sustagen about 2 hours before the game and say, there you go, have that and go and play. So it really is important, and I'm just so proud to come back to the Territory and try and contribute, a little bit like Gilbert was saying, just try and contribute to the footy, contribute to the community, because fundamentally, footy makes people happy. And I'm happy standing up here tonight like Dennis was, and Gilbert and JK and everyone else, and that's what footy's great for, bringing the community together and making people happy. I did an interview with Karma Radio just a couple of weeks ago, and there was a mob from the APY lands they were talking about before I came on, and they said, here we've got a snotty-nosed kid from Ernabella, Joel Bowden, who's on the radio, and who would have thought a snotty-nosed kid from Ernabella who wore number 11 could go all the way to Melbourne, and Gilbert's clapping, Carol, because he knows what number 11 is, number 11. And so, to all that mob in Ernabella, and Sean's here tonight, we spent only a couple of years in Ernabella, but like one of the foundation stones of our family. And I know we only got 2 minutes, but it's one of those Bowden traits, I think I'll indulge. Is that okay?
I reckon it's an Alice Springs trait, quite frankly.
And so just a couple of years ago, I'm sitting in Todd Mall and I'm having a coffee with Michael Little and Yami Lester, and some of you will know Yami Lester, very senior Indigenous man, but he's blind, right? So he's blind. And we're sitting there having a coffee, and he tells this story how Amos Frank, and you may know Amos Frank, he went to Hawthorn as a rookie list from Freegon. Freegon's about 50 k's down the road from Ernabella, just near Armidale, in that little APY lands area. And he said, no, he wasn't the first kid drafted out of the APY lands. There were 3 Bowden boys, and it put a lump in my throat, and it still does, because they associate there in the APY lands with the Bowden mob, because we spent a couple of years there, and then just the memories continue on, and I remember the stories because Sean went to Richmond in '89, and we used to, or someone sent back a VHS to Ernabella, and it just played on repeat. Just played on repeat in the general store until it ran out, until they had to get the cotton buds out and the metho to clean the head and then go again. And that was the stuff, that's the stuff about footy. And even though I was away for a long time, and really I forgot about community footy because I was stuck in the bubble of AFL. It's just been so great to come back. And I thank the selectors and Michael Barfoot, non-voting selector, yes. Michael Solomon, non-voting selector. But the rest of the selectors who voted, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate it. And I'm loving being back. I'm just loving being back in Darwin in the Territory. And I just have to thank two more people. One is my family and my friends, but most of all my wife, Katie, who's been with me since we left Alice Springs. So... Jade Eilert just said to Katie then, "Oh, did you know him back then?" And they're only just making their friendships up. But the beautiful thing, Jade, about that comment is Katie and I have been together since we were 17, and she's watched me and looked after me all the way through. Just like Russell, my 1995 coach at Teal Cup, said, to be with Kim now, and she's put up with so much. And that's the thing, we blokes and footy players, we're very self-centred. So we've got to thank the ladies in our life. But the best thing is, we're going to have women's footy more and more. So
We are.
now we've got to look after the ladies. So thank you, and I'm just really, really happy.
Good on you, mate. Well done. Congratulations. Well done, Joey. Yes, we have to agree with all of that, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? Joel Bowden, congratulations tonight. Another famous backman named, and the second Centralian named in the team of the century. Ladies and gentlemen, let's name a tall, strong, forward ruck player who richly deserves his place in this team.
A triple premiership player for the Brisbane Lions, Darryl White's career began in Alice Springs, where he played for Rovers and Pioneers. He played in the 1986 NT primary team, and in 1990 was named a Teal Cup All-Australian. In 1992, he represented the NT against Geelong, the same year his magnificent career for the Brisbane Lions began. Possessing a big vertical leap and sure hands, he proved to be a very versatile player. Affectionately known as Whitey, he kicked 165 goals for the Lions between stints as a forward, defender, ruckman and midfielder, making him a crowd favourite with the Gabba faithful, where fans grew to instantly recognise his loping running style, his casual but pinpoint foot passing, and his idiosyncratic pose after a mark. He played 268 games for his beloved Lions, including an impressive 20 finals. A valued member of the Indigenous All-Stars team in 1995, 2003, 2005 and again in 2007, he was named the fullback in the AFL Indigenous Team of the Century. He continued his career in Darwin, playing and winning a premiership for the Buffs in 2005-06, and then a premiership at Southern Districts in 2006-07. In 2007, he again won a premiership for QAFL team Mount Gravatt, securing his 6th premiership across 3 competitions, the AFL, NTFL and QAFL. He continued to be a force to be reckoned with in the NTFL, as co-coach of the Darwin Buffaloes in 2010-11, followed by 2 stints with St Mary's. Despite not being the youngest player in the NTFL, his natural ability remained on display throughout the 2015-16 season, when he played for Southern Districts. Inducted as a legend into the AFLNT Hall of Fame in 2010, and named in the back pocket in the Brisbane Lions Team of the Century in 2015. Tonight we welcome the indefatigable Darryl White into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Oh, the magnificent Darryl White, ladies and gentlemen, football journeyman. Can't be with us tonight. His brother Don Mallard will come to the stage to accept on behalf of Darryl. But Darryl sent us a video. Let's have a look at this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, if you're hearing from me now, I've got picked in the team of the century for the AFLNT. What a privilege, honour and a very humbling experience to be amongst all the blokes in this team. If you're not picking it, don't be disgruntled, because not 2 people in this room would pick the same side. It's someone's opinion, and everyone's got a choice of their opinion. But to be in this side, amongst these greats, I just wouldn't mind running out there one day and having a kick with them. but that's the way life goes. So thanks very much to family, friends. Thank you very much who have guided me through this journey, to St Mary's, Southern Districts, Buffaloes, Pioneers and Rovers Footy Club. Thanks very much for all the people there, the volunteers, supporters, support staff, coaches, fellow players, fellow teammates. Obviously the Brisbane Lions, thanks very much for a great 14-year career, and to where I'm playing at the moment, Naya, thanks for everything as well. So, this has been a long journey, but to get in this is a very humbling experience, and I'm pretty chuffed and got goosebumps. So thanks very much. Hope you all enjoy the evening.
So started with humble beginnings for Darryl White, and feeling humble tonight. His brother Don Mallard joins us. Don, how are you going? Must be very proud of your brother. I'll ask you this.
Oh yes, very. Yeah, this is on behalf of Darryl. Yeah, this is a really great honour for him, for someone from Alice Springs, like all the other Springs blokes, starting from humble beginnings, had a dream, picked up a football from his uncles. Watched his uncles and family on Traeger Park Oval. To watch that, as soon as he recognised and identified a footy, it never left his hand. So, yeah, for him to achieve what he has, and for me to be up here to accepting his award, yeah, I'm very humble and acknowledged and proud for him. As what you said, as what Darryl said on the video, he's a very humble man, respectful man for up and coming and past. So yeah, and also I'd just like to, on behalf of Darryl and our family back in Alice Springs on Pontawa, Mora and Torakwan, thank you. And congratulations to the 40 that were nominated tonight. Well done. And the rest who wasn't nominated made the 400. A lot of respect on behalf of our family back in Alice Springs. Thank you.
Well done. Great speech. Thank you, mate. Thank you. Don Mallard speaking on behalf of his brother, Darryl White. Let's now name another iconic player, ladies and gentlemen, in the team of the century.
The great Walter Lou Fatt spent his entire footballing career with his beloved Darwin Buffaloes and is considered one of the Buffs' greatest ever midfielders. His name is also spoken about in NT footballing folklore as one of the greatest ever players. He played in 10 grand finals from 1930 through to 1947, winning premierships in 1931-32, 33-34, 34-35 and 1935-36. After being runner-up in the NTFL League Best and Fairest in 1931-32, Walter Lou Fatt took out the top medal in 1932-33 and again in 1933-34, taking out the Buffs Best and Fairest in the same years. Acknowledged as a life member of the NTFL for services to football and also a life member of the Darwin Buffaloes, Walter Lou Fatt was the patriarch of the extended Lou Fatt family, and his footballing legacy lived on with his sons inheriting their father's footballing prowess. It is an honour to name one of Territory football's most famous sons, the iconic Walter Lou Fatt, in the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Can you please welcome Mr. Dennis Lou Fatt onto the stage to accept on behalf of his late great father, Walter Lou Fatt. Can you, Dan? How are you, mate? Dennis, tell us about Dad.
Well, Charlie, I wasn't born, but speaking to all the old families, from the Armats to the Bonson, and matter of fact, I just spoke to Gabe Hazelbane tonight after Gimpy was given the award. He said a few good words about Dad, but just in general, just the family. We're just so proud of Dad. He never spoke about himself, but he was very aggressive in the boys, and he produced 7 boys, 3 girls, and out of the 7 boys, 3 of them won the medal.
It's an outstanding story, isn't it? The whole family, that Lou Fatt name must be a lot of pressure on every Lou Fatt player, I suggest.
Well, Yeah, we had 2 playing for Nycliffe. We had 1 playing for Buffaloes, and we had 2 playing for St Mary's. And it was, you know, he brought us up in a way where we had to respect people, and we had to respect each other. We were a very close family, but we were very sporting, and we just had the passion with all sports right across the board. But whatever we did it with his approval, and he always monitored us, and we respected him so much. He was just a fantastic man, and I can see why a lot of people spoke about him in the days that he played, and we're proud of him.
Dennis, this is the big one, isn't it? He'd be feeling pretty pleased with this.
Oh, look, when I hear people up on the stage tonight, when I see a lot of faces around Darwin throughout the territory, it's a very difficult position to name the best players. And you would, I'm speechless, Charlie, but there's been some fantastic families that really got this football in Darwin the way it is, from the Gardens Oval days, from way back to into the city where they played with no grass. But the people that came to Darwin, people that was in Darwin with the family, they had the passion to bond together and make the game what it is, and that's basically what the important thing is.
Well, everyone in this room today would be feeling very proud of Walter Lufat. He lives again tonight. Thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, mate. All right. Great name, isn't it, the Lufats? Now, many footballers come to Darwin to learn how to play this great game. Some come here in the twilight of their career. This player came here in the absolute prime of his career, and we saw him at his very, very best. This is who it is.
Michael Flash Graham first kicked a football in the NTFL in the 1960s with the St Mary's Football Club, commencing a career that spanned almost 3 decades. Originally from Penola in South Australia, Graham was known at the peak of his career as a full-time footballer, playing in Darwin during the NTFL season while returning to South Australia to play for Sturt in the SANFL. Graham was a star player in both competitions. He won the coveted Nichols Medal in 1973-74 and was named the NT News Player of the Year the same season. In 1978-79, Flash took home the Cheney Medal for best on ground in the NTFL Grand Final when St Mary's defeated Nycliffe, and in that same year he also won St Mary's Leading Goal Kicker Award. Premierships did not stop there for Graham, with additional flags in 1983-84 and again in 1985-86. He also won the Saints Best and Fairest in 1969-70 and 1973-74. A strong leader on the pitch, Graham also captained St Mary's in 1975-76. At Sturt, Flash played 282 games and scored 455 goals. He played in 4 grand finals, 1974, 1976, 1978 and 1983. Taking home the premiership in 74 and 76. A genuine Sturt champion, he was named in the Sturt team of the 20th century and was a SANFL state representative 11 times. While never winning the McGarry Medal, Flash was runner-up in 1973 and 3rd in 1982. His outstanding accomplishments were acknowledged in 2005 with his selection in the AFL Indigenous Team of the Century, and again in 2011 when he was named in the SANFL Indigenous Team of the Century. Selected in the NTFL Back to Cyclone Tracy team of 2 decades, Flash was also selected into the NT Super Rules, now Masters Football Team, in 1987, 1988, 1990, 1991, 1993, 1994 and 1997. He took out NT Super Rules Best and Fairest in 1994 and earned All-Australian selection on 2 occasions. His coaching accomplishments are extensive, having coached the Darwin Buffaloes to a grand final in 1986-87, the Catherine Football Club in 1987-88, West Alice Football Club in the CAFL to a premiership in 2001, before a stint with Pioneers Football Club, also in Central Australia in 2006. Tonight we recognise a true great of both Territory and South Australian football, as we induct Michael Flash Graham into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
poor souls who chased him forlornly, not much chance of ever catching him. They called him Flash, and he was all of that plus some more. As I said before, came to Darwin in the absolute prime of his career, and we saw him many times at Gardens Oval. So proud that he's here tonight, so proud that he's in the team of the century. Here he is, Michael Flash Graham. Well, mate, how are you feeling?
Pretty good, actually. That was good stuff. Yeah, well, you know, the best thing I ever did was come to Darwin to play footy. I followed my brother Cecil. He got me to come up to play for St Mary's, and I've enjoyed my time playing for St Mary's. Very good club, very good footballers. It was a bit like down south. I had to get away from down south because I get away from pre-season training down there. So I'd come up and play up here.
So you did a pre-season up here. You played not just in Darwin, though. You did some work in Alice Springs as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I went to Alice in 2000. My daughter was born down there. I played with a few clubs in Alice. Won a couple of premierships in the reserves, 2001, 2006. Won the goal kicking down there at 43 goals 1 year, the same year we won the premiership. So you're never too old to stop playing footy. I have to go back tomorrow to play on Sunday in Adelaide for the slowdown, which with the Aboriginal Indigenous side is playing the South Australian Greats. So if you want to come down to Adelaide, it's yeah. I'm looking forward to having a game with all my nephews, Troy and Shane Bond, my nephews, Michael O'Loughlin and Ricky O'Loughlin, a couple of blokes that could play footy. Goodsy can't come, but we won't miss him because we've got a few good players playing. Yeah.
Your family, just the final one, Michael, your entire family must feel pretty proud. You've done so many things, but to be named in the Northern Territory Team of the Century is a big honour, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a big honour. I come from a big family of 15, 11 boys and 4 girls, and I'm the second youngest, so I've had the breeding through from Dad, and all my brothers were very good footballers. So one of us had to have, mind you, all my brothers could play footy a bit. And I was lucky, I suppose, to be the one that could probably, I inherited my dad and all my brothers' genes, I suppose. And my children here, Michael, John and Patricia here, my children, and they're very, Patricia's, I love my daughter Trish, she's a top basketballer here in the NT, and my son Michael John is the NT representative for indoor netball basketball. So, and I'm here with them tonight, and it's an honour for me to be here with them.
We're going to go back there, and you'll make them proud all over again.
That's right.
Michael Graham, thanks so much. Good on you, mate. Well done, mate. A brilliant Michael Graham. How great that he decided to spend some time in the Territory. Now let's select a pioneer of Territory football into the team. Let's go back a long way.
The Territory sporting icon, Reuben Cooper Sr., is considered by many to be the father of football in Darwin and the first Indigenous football player to play in Darwin. Reuben Cooper Sr. attended Prince Alfred College in Adelaide and was captain of the school's football team and was acknowledged as one of the best footballers to have attended the school. The most high-profile sportsman in Darwin from 1915 to 1939. He was a talented swimmer and all-round athlete before focusing on football. His participation in the sport was instrumental in removing the racial barriers prevalent at the time. His footballing career began in 1917 as a foundation member of Waratah Football Club before transferring to Vesties in 1918-19. where he was vice-captain in 1919-1920 and taking over the captaincy in 1920 for 3 years. An outstanding defender and utility player who the opposition struggled to contain, Cooper Senior won the club best and fairest at Vesties in 1921-22 and won the NTFL League best and fairest that same year. A prolific goal scorer, he was the leading clubber and league goal kicker in 1926-27. A legend of the game, a courageous groundbreaker, and the first and most respected Indigenous footballer in the early years of football in the NT. We are proud to name Reuben Cooper Senior in the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Yes, the great Reuben Cooper Senior, remembered tonight for football, but he could be remembered for a whole range of different things. His contribution to life in the Territory was just immense. Please welcome to the stage Mari Cabillo to accept on behalf of her grandfather one of the most famous names in the storied history of Northern Territory football, Reuben Cooper Senior. Mari joins us. Could you step on there, Mari? Murray, congratulations. How are you feeling with this award tonight?
Very humbled. I can't speak.
It's a great award, though, isn't it? You'll be able to take that home. What will you do with that tonight?
It's going into my china cabinet.
And sit there forever. I bet there's a lot of other memorable things in that china cabinet. Is there? Tell us a little bit about that.
I'm the other granddaughter, and there's a grandson here, Pedro. Cousin Mari is the eldest of Reuben Cooper's grandchildren. She was born in Arnhem Land, at the timber mill where Grandpa worked and travelled to and from Arnhem Land to play football up here. He got into the Hall of Fame, and we donated that to the Northern Territory Library. But with this prestige award, as Cousin Mari is the eldest living relation, she's taking it home to her cabinet with all the other stuff. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. For Reuben Cooper Senior. Thank you, Murray, for joining us. Joy Bell, thank you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 more positions to name before we break for dessert. If I could have your attention, please. Let's welcome to the stage halfback of the team of the year. Let's have a look.
Fondly known in the football world as Magic, Michael McLean's magnificent style of football certainly justified the nickname. One of the Nightcliff Tigers' most celebrated players, he won the club's under-15 Best and Fairest medal in 1978-79, the under-17 Best and Fairest medal in 1979-80, and was a member of the 1981 All-Australian Schoolboys team, and proudly represented the Northern Territory at senior level 8 times. Recruited by VFL club Footscray, he played there from 1983 to 1989, before transferring to the Brisbane Bears, where he starred from 1991 to 1997. Michael McLean played over 200 VFL AFL games, scoring 40 goals, and in testament to his ability, he was a 2-time winner of Brisbane's Best and Fairest, winning the award in 1991 and again in 1993. He captained the Indigenous All-Stars team in 1995, and in that same year became an assistant coach for the Brisbane Lions. He was named in the AFL Indigenous Team of the Century, and in 2005 and 2007, he coached the Indigenous All-Stars, a role model and leader both on and off the field. He coached NTFL clubs Nightcliff and Southern Districts, and in 2009 was named the inaugural coach of the NT Thunder, once again demonstrating that he is a true leader of men. Last season, he coached Tracy Village to a memorable Division 1 flag, and he has recently been appointed head coach of Waratah, a true NT football icon. Magic McLean was inducted as a legend into the AFLNT Hall of Fame in 2010, and tonight we are proud to name one of the most revered and respected footballers the NT has ever produced, Michael Magic McLean, in the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Yes, many times Team of the Year, but tonight the big one, Michael Majo McLean, is named on the half-back flank for the Team of the Century. Here's Majo. Talk us through this, Madjo. Talk us through this. What an
Do I need to go
incredible
through all
award.
that again?
No, just talk us how
Gilbert?
you're feeling about that.
How I feel about that? Yeah, I'm a Darwin boy. Left here in 82, so 16. Been with Linda since we were 15. So that's pretty cool. Gilbert, Russell. But yeah, no, it's been a long journey. Yeah, I guess I was resilient when I left through the role models that I sort of aspired to. Bubba Ty, Joe Davey, Mark Modelop was a professional back in the day. I reckon Mark he's sitting beside my table. I think I mentioned this at the Hall of Fame. He was before his time, really professional. Bubba was my hero. My family virtually brought Bubba up, and Joe Davey was a star. So I had a good opportunity to make it, being surrounded by those guys. And my next door neighbour for my 15 years was Jimmy Anderson. So there you go.
It was all going to happen, it would seem.
Yeah.
It was all going to happen.
Yeah.
What's next for you, Michael? What's happening with
I'm
you in
coaching the
football?
bottom team in the competition.
And and what happens there? You did it with Tracy Village. What happens
Oh, it's
now?
all cool. It's footy, and you're coaching people, and you try and develop them. And I reckon the word is resilience. Try and get guys resilient. Disappoints me when I see guys come back with their tails between their legs. I did it how many years ago? Back in '82, and stayed there for 16 years, being the first pioneer to go direct to the VFL. Something I'm extremely proud of. So I hope a few guys can stay there. I think we need to coach them a bit harder.
Okay.
So
And just one final one then.
you can still wear the gel though and things like that.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Just one final one, Mike. You go home tonight, you've got this, you know?
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, just want to thank. Whoa, Michael Solomon. Whoa, just thank my wife, Linda.
Yeah.
Love you.
Good job, mate. Well done, mate. Fantastic. Great stuff, mate. I named him Madjo with good reason, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's complete the interchange bench before we take a short break for the dessert course this evening. Let's have a look at this.
Cyril Rioli Sr. The St Mary's Football Factory has produced many football stars, but few as talented as Cyril Rioli Sr., a 12-time premiership player for the Green Machine. Cyril Rioli was a champion NT schoolboy representative player in 1978 and 1979, when he was best and fairest winner when the NT schoolboys won that year's national title. His efforts were rewarded in 1982, when he was named team captain and won All-Australian honours. He was also an important member of the Teal Cup team in 1983. Cyril Rioli made his NTFL senior debut for Saints in 1982-83, the beginning of what can only be described as a truly stellar career. A two-time club best and fairest, he also captained the club in 1996-97. He played for the NT in representative matches numerous times and was a member of the legendary 1988 NT team that won the Bicentennial Carnival. A member of the Aboriginal All-Stars team that played against Collingwood in 1994. He was also a member of the Back to Cyclone Tracy team of 2 decades, 1974 to 1994. Cyril played his 200th NTFL game in November 1998 and was awarded NTFL Player Life membership the following year. Unsurprisingly, for a man who played a lead role in the club, winning 12 flags, Cyril Rioli is a life member of the St Mary's Football Club. A gifted footballer that time could not slow down. Cyril Sr. continued to play for years after his retirement from St Mary's. Tonight we welcome a true giant of territory football, a 12-time NTFL Premiership winner, Cyril Rioli Sr., into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Cyril makes his way to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. That just that name, Rioli, we know is something special over the years, and this man has been one of the great ones amongst all of the Riolis. And here he comes to join us, Cyril Rioli. Gifted player, that's what they say, true gentleman of the game, and all those great accolades come your way. There must be some people that you have to thank, though.
Obviously, the St Mary's Football Club, the family, obviously your opponents each season to play, the amount of games that I've enjoyed, and obviously, basically to the Saints Footy Club. Moving over to the islands for about 8 years towards the end of my career, so I was fortunate enough and lucky enough the club flew me back during the games for the weekend, and so very grateful for them.
Your dad would have been proud of so many great achievements. What would he think of this tonight for you?
He didn't really say much. He's more of a cricketer. Dad loved cricket, but always wanted us to follow, him with his cricket, his love for cricket. So, but at the same time, we'd be proud as well. So, the older brothers, his older sons, made him very proud.
And what about your children around you tonight? What are they going to think about this?
Obviously, they'll be very proud, I'd say. So with the young fella getting, awarded with the AFL All Stars, or All Australian, should I say? I mean, very proud moment. He's in his 14th, I think, year living down in Melbourne, with schooling and now, professional footballer. So, obviously, and a daughter at home, so, they'll be very proud.
Well, the young fella will know about this tonight. Maybe tomorrow morning might give you a call even.
Yeah, you might, yeah. But again, very proud moment. And to the selectors, obviously, some great, the players, the list of 100, and then you got to drop it down to 40. I'm glad, obviously, most of us would say, good on to you, and they're the decisions you've got to make, so, with the selections. But again, like most of the guys have mentioned, a great, an honour and a privilege to be up here and to be nominated.
Okay, well, we're all proud of you. Great contribution. Well done.
Thank you.
Cyril. Well done, mate. Great stuff, mate. Great Cyril Rioli, ladies and gentlemen, joining that team. You saw the team in position up there. You'll see more of that throughout the night. We're going to take a break now for dessert. When we come back, we'll continue naming our football greats for the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Year. Only 8 positions left to be named, including the captain and the vice-captain, all coming up after the break.
Here come the drums, here come the drums. It's supernatural, I'm coming undone. Baby,
sings like spring and she talks like June. But tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights all faded and that heaven is overrated? Tell me, did you fall for a shooting star?
Welcome back to the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Century. I'm joined by Cyril Rioli, Senior. Mate, how's the night going so far? You've just been awarded your medal. You're in the 22. How are you feeling?
Very honoured and privileged. What can you say? With the great names that have been selected, and a few more still to come. So, as I said before, just a great honour.
How about what does it mean to you in terms of all of your accomplishments?
Obviously, the hard work you put in, obviously, the rewards you get, and I was lucky enough at Saints over the years to win, 12 premierships. So, yeah, just the people around you, and I guess the hard work you put in as well.
Yeah. You've definitely seen a lot of NTFL. What's been one of the biggest changes that you've noticed?
Nowadays, obviously, they're a lot faster compared to the early days.
Yeah.
Obviously, fitness and obviously, more or less a pace. They're a lot quicker.
Yeah. Well, congratulations once again. It's a huge honour. Have a great night, mate.
Thank you very much.
Champion. That was Cyril Rioli Senior, and we'll be back with more just after this.
Can you imagine no love, fried, deep fried chicken? Your best friend always sticking up for you. Even when I know you're wrong, can you imagine no first dance, freeze dried romance, 5-hour phone conversation, the best soy latte that you ever had in me? But tell me, did the wind sweep you off your feet? Did you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day and head back toward the Milky Way? And tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights all faded and that heaven is overrated? Tell me, did you fall for a shooting star? One without a permanent scar, and then you missed me while you were looking for yourself. And then you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day. And then you fall for a shooting star, fall for a shooting star. And now you're only looking for yourself out there. Let me down easy. Let me down easy. Whoa, before you go. Night and day I've been doing the math to calculate where we wandered off track, but I know that this love was never easy. But something's faded inside of your heart, so you're crusading to tear us apart. It's clear now, I know you're gonna leave me. So disappear now, I won't get in your way. Oh, let me down easy. Let me down easy. Whoa, before you go. Oh, let me down easy. Let me down easy. Whoa, before you go. far down below. Your heavy heart is taking its toll. You've lost all the magic inside of your soul. So sell me alive before you hit the road. Oh, let me down easy. Let me down easy. Whoa, before you go. Oh, let me down easy. Let me down easy. Whoa, before you go. Whoa, yeah, 'cause I know you'd rather run than stay and try. 'Cause I know it's that much easier to say goodbye. Yes, I know, so if you've made your mind, take what you want and get out of my life. But can you do this one last thing and leave me with my pride? Oh, let me down easy. Let me down easy. Whoa, before you go. Let me down easy. Let me down easy. Whoa, before you go. Night and day I've been doing the math to calculate where we wandered off track, but I know that this love was never easy. Oh no, no, but something's faded inside of your heart, so you're crusading to tear us apart. It's clear now. I know you're gonna leave me, so disappear now. I won't get in your way.
For it. Welcome back to the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Century. I'm joined by Joel Bowden. How's the night going so far, mate? You were named in the 22, so you must feel all right.
Yeah, I was named and feeling very good. Thank you, Levi. You're on the ball, mate. You've actually seen what's happening tonight. You've figured out I was named. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
The scoop, perhaps.
God. Now, your name, mate, is carried through Tigerland. And, you know, what does it mean to you? It's a huge achievement.
Oh, tonight it's wonderful, mate. I think football and sport in general is about making people happy, having fun, doing things. So tonight I'm happy. Football has brought my family so much happiness. My father played at Richmond. My two other brothers, my elder brother Sean and younger brother Patrick, have played at Richmond. I've played there. But not just at the elite level, all the other levels. You know, Sean, Rhett, Kane, Patrick, myself, Magella, my sister. Sport's been a big part of our lives. So it just brings great happiness and joy to our family, to many families across Australia, across the world.
Yeah. And, mate, you went away from Darwin for a bit. You were obviously playing footy. What was it that brought you back up to be involved with AFLNT?
Yeah, look, it was family and friends. You know, we'd been in Melbourne for 17 years. I'd spent 14 years at Richmond and then spent a bit of time working at the AFL. It was time to come home. It was time to spend time with family, get out of the traffic, get out of the cold, which was great. But also, I know the power that footy has. You know, it enables communities to be better, and it gives individuals the opportunity to build self-confidence, resilience, coping skills, all those things. So I wanted to be involved at the community level, a grassroots level, because I'd been involved at an elite level for such a long time. So it was time to come home. I'm really glad that I did come home, and you know, it's been a really good night, and I'm just really happy, mate.
Mate, you had some nice words to say about your wife, Katie. How has she helped you since you started playing footy as a teenager?
Yeah. Well, look, marriage is a partnership, and unfortunately in elite sports, sometimes that partnership is lopsided. But she's been the bedrock that I've leaned on and been able to, look for support and honesty. A lot of the time, you need that honesty. And my family as well to say, hey, pull your head in, or think about what you're doing, what you're saying, how you're acting. So that's been really important. And she's the mother of our 4 children, so she's probably working harder than I've ever worked over the last 8 or 10 years with the kids. But, she really is just a fabulous woman, and I'm very lucky to be married to her, to be honest, mate. Batting above my average, you might say.
Yeah, maybe. I wasn't going to say it, but mate, will we ever see you back out on the NTFL circuit again? You ever going to chuck a jersey back on and end up on the field?
No.
There you go.
No, look, Levi, I would love to, right? I would love to. And when I watch the highlights tonight, I think, I'd love to go out there and do that again. But my body's not capable. As much as my brain says that I would like to do it, my body's not capable. And, the words that I would use is I don't want to be shame job, mate. Don't want to be
Spoken
shame
in
job.
true Darwin style. Don't want to be... Anyway, mate, thanks for the chat. Congratulations once again. It must be an honour. It's great working with you. Great to have the chat. Go out there, enjoy the night.
I will. Thanks, Levi.
That was Joel Bowden, and we'll be back with more.
sugar sweet. Don't let nobody touch it unless that somebody's me.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to commence the final part of our evening. If you'd please make your way to your seats, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Making an announcement. Keep the music down. Hey-ya. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get underway. If you could please make your way to your seats, that would be fantastic. Charlie looks like he's ready to go up there. We can't keep him waiting. If you could please make your way to your seats, ladies and gentlemen, that would be fantastic. We're not going to start till everybody is seated for this final part. Thank you very much. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Without any further ado, would you please welcome our MC back to the stage, Mr. Charlie King. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the home straight. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the stage for the next round of selections, 7 through to 14. Let's have a look at this.
The late great John Bubba Ty's career in football is best summed up by the words penned in the NTFL football record, Insight, where he was described as follows. His inspirational play earned him the respect of all football followers. His fierce attack on the ball sent shudders through all his opponents. A brilliant mark and a superb kick. To watch Bubba play would often give all his supporters goosebumps. Widely acknowledged as one of the best NTFL players of all time, in 1990 a special NTFL panel chose John Bubba Ty as the best NTFL player since Cyclone Tracy, a monumental honour. His stellar career in excess of 200 games began at Darwin Buffaloes, where he made his senior debut at 16 years of age. He won 3 premierships with the Buffs and won the prestigious Cheney Medal in 1972-73. The brilliant Bubba Tai also played at Nightcliff, where he was part of the premiership team in 1973-74, once again winning the Cheney Medal and coming runner-up in the Nichols Medal that season. Bubba Tai captained the 1974 Northern Territory representative side and was a member of the Territory team, which played against the Australian Amateurs in 1979. In 1979-80, Tai won the Nichols Medal and was also Nightcliff's best and fairest winner. A natural leader and student of the game, he went on to coach Nightcliff in the 1983-84 season. There are not enough superlatives to describe Bubba Tai's football ability, and there was no doubt that had he so wished, he could have plied his trade in the VFL. But fortunately for NT football, he chose to remain playing in the NTFL, entertaining legions of fans every week. Much loved, widely respected, and sorely missed, we are honoured to name John Bubba Tai in the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Yes, one of the real great players, ladies and gentlemen, and we welcome to the stage Mr. Shannon Tai to accept, in honour of his father, the late John Bubba Tai, a midfielder in the team of the century. Here's Shannon to join us. To have you here. Dad'd be pretty proud of this.
Yeah, Charlie, definitely. As you saw in the inaugural AFLNT side back in 2010, sitting on Majay's knee at the end of the night with a whopping big grin on his face. It meant everything to him. I rang Russell a couple of months ago and we just spoke about tonight, and it really started sinking in the enormity of it and how proud Dad would be to be here. Yeah, just amazing. I've pretty much just got to repeat what Arnie Shirley said. Really wish he was here.
He's much loved and much respected, hasn't he? What are your memories of him playing football?
A lot of the time I was out the back of Gardens Oval mucking around the graveyard and trying to throw rocks at geese and stuff. But, yeah. No, don't worry, mate. I knew he was a dead set legend. I was very lucky. I just cruised around Darwin and was treated so well by the whole footballing community, and that was Dad. His respect, and yeah, I'd be down at Jabiru fishing or whatever, and someone would come up to you and have a chat in the pub and say, oh, who are you? And oh yeah, whatever. And do you follow football, whatever? Yeah. And what's your last name? Tai. And Bubba is any relation? He's my dad. And I've had someone get on their knees and bow. It's like, mate, get up, please. But sorry. I just really miss him. Same as Arnie Shaw. I've got his ashes in a locket around my neck at the moment.
Is there, Shannon, memorabilia you got at home from Dad that might go with?
Come around to my house, mate. And, apart from all the Hawthorn stuff I've got, Dad's, yeah, there's heaps of it. My sister's got a lot of it, and we sent a fair bit over to the States to Arthur, his older brother, and Uncle Arthur sort of built a bit of a shrine to him back in the States. Yeah, just like I said, he to be here tonight, I'll definitely have a couple of oozos for him afterwards. He'd definitely want that. But yeah, extremely proud. That table over there, number 26, I mean, my wife, 2 daughters, sister, Auntie Shirl, and cousin Jenna. We're just all, super stoked, and always knew Dad was awesome. Very humble man too, you know, like he said, he'd take off back to Mandorah and do his fishing caper, and not really, I was nearly going to say give a, but I won't, about too much. You know, you know what Dad was like. He was pretty cruisy, and he let back in his day, do the talking. He never talked himself up too much. And for that, I think a lot of people loved him for it. Just really humbled and appreciative of my son. So, fantastic tonight.
Many of the people in this room would have seen him play and remember him as one of the all-time greats. Congratulations to him, and thanks for sharing with us tonight, Shannon.
No worries. Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, everyone.
Good on you, mate. Well done. Big thank you to Shannon and your family for being with us tonight to recognise the great and wonderful achievements of your father, John Babatai. And now for one of the real great players, one of the best that there was. Have a look at this.
As a young ruckman, Bill Dempsey left Darwin for a career with West Perth, where he played during the 1960s and 1970s. An uncompromising ruckman, he played a total of 343 games for the club, captaining them from 1973 to 1976, before retiring at the end of 1976. He won the club best and fairest in 1966, the Simpson Medal in 1969, and was a member of premiership teams in 1969, 1971 and 1975. Unsurprisingly for a man of his talents, Bill Dempsey was a part of 3 Buffalo premierships in 1958-59, 1959-60 and 1967-68. Bill Dempsey represented Western Australia 14 times. He was made a member of the Order of the British Empire in June of 1976 for services to sport, inducted into the Northern Territory Government Hall of Champions in 1997, and in 2000 he was named in a back pocket in West Perth's Team of the Century. An inaugural inductee of the West Australian Football Hall of Fame in 2004. Dempsey was named as a back pocket in the AFL Indigenous Team of the Century in 2005. And in 2010, he was inducted as a legend into the AFL Northern Territory Hall of Fame. One of the entrance gates at Subiaco Oval is named after Dempsey, and a stand at Arena Joondalup, West Perth's home ground since 1994, is named the Winnan Dempsey Stand, in honour of his contribution to the club. The team of Invincibles being named tonight would not be complete without the towering presence of one of the NT's finest ever exports, the indomitable West Perth and AFLNT Hall of Fame legend, the great Bill Dempsey MBE. It is our honour to welcome this iconic footballer into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Great then, ladies and gentlemen, still great. Here he is, Bill Dempsey, ladies and gentlemen. Bill, good to see you. Congratulations. You must be thrilled and feeling pretty proud.
Honoured for territory, and who grew up here to be recognised. Like, it's unbelievable. I'm sorry, I'm very emotional, but it means a lot to me. I'm an old Buffalo man, born and bred. I love the territory, and when I was a young boy growing up, I said I came from the territory, and I represent the Northern Territory people, black, white, brindle, whatever.
Emotional moment for you, Bill, I know, but what an incredible career you've had, and this caps it all off, doesn't it?
Well, I've been very lucky, very lucky. You know, grew up here in Reddickson home, Bagot Road, and you know, my grandfather said to me, look, you go and make a name for us. You go and make a name for our family. And I said, who's going to help me, Grandpa? He said, look in the mirror.
That's some good advice.
Very good advice, very good advice.
And your old friend Jimmy Anderson as well inducted. You must be thrilled with that.
I wish he was here tonight. Yeah, I just love him.
Anything else you want to say? No, well done, Bill. Congratulations. Fantastic. The great Bill Dempsey, ladies and gentlemen. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, a unanimous choice for a spot in the back line. You'll see it there.
The position of centre-half back on the AFLNT Team of the Century can only be filled by the commanding presence of the one, the only, Michael Athanasiou. Michael Athanasiou made his senior debut for St Mary's in 1980-81 and finished playing in 1999-2000 after a staggering 328 games, a wonderful games tally, a superb leader and the consummate hard-working defender. He won a stunning 12 premierships with St Mary's, including 5 in a row from 1983 to 1988, and his leadership qualities were on display when he captained the club from 1991 to 1995. He won the club best and fairest in 1982-83, 1983-84 and 1990-91, and was the worthy winner of the prestigious Nichols Medal in 1990-91. After being equal runner-up in 1986-87. He donned the double blue Guernsey as captain coach of Darwin Buffaloes in 1999-2000, winning the club best and fairest that same year. Michael Athanasiou had an outstanding representative career, taking to the field for the territory on 21 occasions and captaining the side an impressive 6 times. His talents were also on display interstate when he played for South Fremantle in 1985 and 2 seasons with West Torrens in 1988 and 1989. An iconic figure in the territory football landscape. A gifted centre-half back with a no-nonsense approach and coolness under pressure. A St Mary's legend. We are honoured to recognise Michael Athanasiou's achievements and immense contribution to NT football by welcoming him into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the greatest centre-half back the territory has produced by a long shot. He's Michael Athanasiou. You got it. Thank you. Good evening, mate. Stand on the white thing so they can get a shot of you. How's that, mate? How's that feel?
It's pretty humbling, really, Charlie, to see all the people up here before me and to be sitting next to Bill Dempsey tonight, and I've heard some great stories there. And yeah, it's just amazing to be here, and I can't really put it in words, to be honest.
Try and do this for us, because just about every player that stood here in front of us today has got tears in their eyes. It's a highly emotional moment. What is that all about? What is that?
You know, not to sound too, what's the word? Just the love for the guys that you played with, and really it wasn't about the premierships or how many games you played. It was just about performing for each other. The belief that people had in you, from my junior coaches to my senior coaches, you know, to have a person like John Taylor, you know, tell you you're playing at centre-half back on Terry Danaher, or that you were going to get picked there, and then to be standing there and have people like Cyril Rioli, Bruno Long and Ted Liddy leading you, you know, really, how could I fail?
Well, I know the people in the room here that have seen you play would have seen some of that vision there, and the memories would come flooding back. You've left behind this indelible memory of you as a player. That must be a good thing.
Yeah, I was trying to think about that. I think, you know, I'm listening to all the players and saying that footy is special because everybody can play it, anybody can play it, and I'm talking about a chubby little Greek kid who, and you know, started at Nycliffe Football Club, moved to Stuart Park, and ended up with St Mary's. Brother Burke picked me up in a bus and took me down to under-16s training, and I just wanted to be in the team, you know, try and get a spot, and I was hoping to get back pocket. And they said, no, you're playing full back. I said, okay, what do you do there? Punch the ball. Okay, so I did. I didn't know how to pick it up. I kicked it off the ground. So I just kept going. And they said, fantastic, you've won best on ground. I said, I didn't get a kick. Look, it's just amazing. I think everybody's got their own story. I'm trying to say something that really, you know, will leave an impression on everyone. But my impression is the people around me that I had in my team and my coach and coaches, my club president, Mr. Ludwig, even the people that just sat in the stands, and you know, there was no one that didn't give me courage or faith to do what I wanted to do and play, you know, to the best of my ability. John Taylor always said to me that you know, the best thing about me was that I might have lost a quarter, but I never lost a game. So I know I lost a couple grand finals, but the grand finals, I didn't even remember them. I just remember the players. So, you know, I can spill names here all night, but I wanted to be like Stanley Tipalura. I wanted to be as hard as Jack Long, and I wanted to be as fast as Stephen Long, and I couldn't.
But all of the other things you had, those great attributes, and the impression you've left is what we looked at up on that screen a short time ago. How do you want to be remembered as a player?
Just as a person that did what he had to do for his team and was part of a team and part of a special bond with all those players, whichever team it was in. But playing for the Territory was so special. You know, growing up in the same area as Michael McLean and Motlops and Milner Primary School, and really it was just, I'm going to play footy because if I don't play with these guys, they're going to belt me more. But look, so many people to thank. You know, my wife Aggie's not here tonight. I wish she was. My son Leo's in Melbourne, but I have my son John here. My mum and dad are not here, but they never saw me play footy. They saw footy as you're going to get injured, you're going to get hurt. But in the end, I think my mum and dad were really proud to see my name being put up in the paper. And I just wanted to honour my mum and dad. And I did, I think.
Oh, well. 100 years from now, they'll look back at the team of the century and they'll look at centre half back, and there it'll be Michael Athanasiou. Congratulations, mate.
Yeah, it's got to have one Greek in there.
Well done, mate. Terrific stuff, Michael. Well done, mate. Ella, Ella. Fantastic, Michael Athanasiou. Wow. Now for the presentation, ladies and gentlemen, of our 18th inductee. Have a look here.
Born on Melville Island, but now a legend in Tigerland, the late Maurice Rioli had a short stint with St Mary's before being snapped up by Waffle Club South Fremantle, where he played 168 games, scoring 133 goals and twice winning the Simpson Medal in 1980 and 1981. Recognising his abundance of natural talent and flair for the game, Richmond Tigers recruited the talented Tiwi, where he played 118 games in 6 seasons and scored 80 goals, wearing the famous yellow and black. Rioli won the club's best and fairest in 1982 and 1983 and was awarded the Norm Smith Medal. for his outstanding performance in the 1982 Grand Final. Rioli was sublimely skilled, often seeming to glide across the turf, but he was also as tough as nails, a quality frequently called upon in the Victorian football climate of the 1980s. Highly decorated, he was runner-up in the 1983 Brownlow Medal, named All-Australian in 1983, 1986 and 1988, proving his versatility and talent once again. Rioli also received the Best Player Award in the 1984 International Rules Series against Ireland. He represented the Northern Territory 8 times, captaining the team 5 times, and in 1990 he returned to the NTFL to captain Waratah Football Club, coaching the team 2 years later. In 2005 he was named in the AFL Indigenous Team of the Century, a richly deserved reward for a man who achieved so much in the football world. In 2010, Maurice Rioli was inducted as a legend into the AFLNT Hall of Fame, and this year he was inducted into the Australian Football Hall of Fame. Due recognition for this giant of the game, who entertained so many football fans with his ability, flair, talent and skill. Tonight, Maurice Rioli is bestowed with yet another immense honour as he assumes his rightful place in the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Oh, high magnificence, ladies and gentlemen, the great Maurice Rioli. Please welcome to the stage Sheldon Rioli, grandson of Maurice and Maurice Rioli Jr., to accept on behalf of his legendary father and half-forward in the Team of the Century, the late and most definitely great Maurice Rioli. Welcome, fellas. What can you share with us?
Well, to say I'm proud is an understatement. You know, like he's done a lot over the years and he's achieved a lot, and I think this is a big one because, you know, I get to come up here with my little Uncle Maurice, and to receive this award on behalf of my grandfather, it's unbelievable. Yeah.
What are your early memories of your grandfather?
There was heaps, but there was, you know, when he was coming down to Perth and visiting us and just walking through the street with him in South Freo, and, you know, you'd have multiple people come up and they were like, oh, you know, Maurice, and I'd come up to him and have a chat with him, and then he'd come up to me and say, you know, grandson, I don't know why they're worried about me. I'm old and gone. And that's when I sort of thought, you know, hey, he must have been a pretty good footy player. Yeah.
Indeed, he must have. Well, does Maurice want to talk to us? Jump up on that white cross there so that camera can get you, and you'll have to hold that pretty close. Tell us your thoughts of Dad. What can you remember?
Yeah, well, Dad always, after he finished football, he retired. He's private. We always see him in front of the TV watching horse racing. We always bet. Yeah, he's always screaming, just like that. Yeah.
And what's the memorabilia that you've got from Dad? Do you still have things that Dad has left behind that you value?
Yeah, we have some of his awards that he have won. Yeah, and some medals. Yeah.
He was a great player. You realise that, don't you?
Yeah.
You're proud to be his son, and you should be.
Yeah.
All right. Great to see you here. Well done, mate. You look after that. Well done, Sheldon. Thanks so much. Well done, boys. Sheldon Rioli, the grandson, and Maurice Rioli Jr. joining us here as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's name another genuine football champion into the team.
As one of the greatest players ever for Australia's biggest and most famous sporting club, the Mighty Pies, Collingwood, Nathan Buckley had a stellar 280-game career. that saw him earn recognition as one of the game's greats. The tiny kid who moved to Darwin at the age of 3 went on to become one of the greatest players of any era and started his football career with the Nightcliff Tigers in the NTFL junior competition before transferring to Southern Districts Football Club in 1989-90. A standout talent, he soon earned representative honours, and he played in the NT's primary schoolboy representative teams in 1983 and 1984. He also represented the NT a number of times at senior level against Hawthorn in 1991, Geelong in 1992, and Melbourne in 1993. Nathan Buckley's representative honour roll continued throughout his AFL career, as he represented the NT against Tasmania in 1993 and captained the Allies twice, in 1997 and 1999. In 1997 he won the Alex Jesselenko medal as the Allies' best player in the game against Western Australia. He played a number of Premier League games for Southern Districts in the NTFL, and in season 1990-91 he won the club best and fairest and leading goal kicker awards in the same season. Nathan Buckley joined Sandford Club Port Adelaide in 1991, where his famed debut season for Port in 1992 saw his sheer hard work, dedication and determination pay off as he became a premiership player, won the Jack Oatey Medal for best on ground in the grand final, the McGarry Medal as the Sandford's best and fairest, and the Port Adelaide Magpies Club best and fairest award. In 1993, Nathan Buckley was drafted by Brisbane and played 20 games for the club, winning the AFL's Rising Star Award before moving to his beloved Magpies in 1994. The man they call Bucks played 260 games for the Magpies, and each game was played with 100% commitment to the black and white cause. Throughout his famous career, Nathan Buckley won Collingwood's club best and fairest, the prestigious Copeland Trophy, a record 6 times. In 1994, 1996, 1998, 1999, 2000 and 2003, and was club captain from 1999 until 2007. He won the Brownlow Medal in 2003, sharing the win with fellow greats Adam Goods and Mark Prosciutto, and played in Collingwood's 2002 and 2003 grand final teams, winning the Norm Smith Medal in 2002, despite being on the losing side. Nathan Buckley was named an AFL All-Australian 7 times, in 1996, 97, 1998, 1999, 2000, 2001 and 2003, a year that also saw him named the AFL Coaches Association Player of the Year, and he captained Australia against Ireland in 1999. In 1997, Nathan Buckley was named in Collingwood's fabled Team of the Century, and in 2011 was inducted into the Australian Football Hall of Fame, and inducted as a legend into the AFLNT Hall of Fame the following year. Retiring in 2007, he rejoined Collingwood as an assistant coach in 2010, a year that saw the Pies win the flag, and in 2012 he became the first territory footballer to become a senior coach in the AFL. Tonight we are privileged to welcome Nathan Buckley, a legendary territory talent, blessed not only with God-given skill, but a ferocious will to win, into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
There was not much left that Nathan Buckley could have done. Deeply Territorian and never forgets his football roots. He couldn't be with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He sends his apologies, but he did send this message.
G'day guys, I hope you're having a great night up there. Sorry I can't be there, and Mum and Dad, Karen and Ray, are overseas and unable to attend. Clearly, the Northern Territory and NT footy has been a big part of my upbringing and of the Buckley family, and any opportunity to thank you for the time that we had up there and that I was benefited from, I'll take. So I hope this is a great celebration of NT football and the people that performed on field, I suppose, not just up in the top end, but obviously going to the comps down south and being able to further the prospect and the reputation of our homegrown talent, of which I am one. I've always been proud of the Territory heritage. I'm very thankful and honoured to accept a position in the best 22. My playing days are long gone, and the coaching career's underway. But it's always good to reminisce on the hard yards that took place as a young man, and the lessons that were taught and then learnt to be able to go and ply a trade at SANFL or AFL level. I'm very appreciative for all the people that have put so much time and effort into it. I hear it's going from strength to strength. As I said, very humbled, and it's great to be alongside some of the great names that are in the team. Enjoy the night, and thanks again. G'day.
Nathan Buckley, ladies and gentlemen. Now on to the 19th inductee.
Not only a Territory football legend, the late David Cantilla is one of the Territory's true sporting legends. The courageous, trailblazing and talented Tiwi became a football icon in both the Northern Territory and South Australia, where he played league football with the South Adelaide club in the 1960s. David Cantilla played 2 seasons for St Mary's, before being snapped up by South Adelaide in 1961. His prodigious talent ensured that the South Australian recruiters couldn't get him to their club quick enough. David Cantilla quickly repaid the recruiters' faith, winning the club's best and fairest in his first 2 seasons, and in 1961 was the club's leading goal kicker. Cantilla stood at 6 feet 5 inches and was a fine mark, but at just 79 kilos he played with the grace and mobility of a rover. At the end of his final season in 1967, he'd played 113 games and was the first Indigenous player to reach the 100-game milestone in South Australia. At the end of each SANFL season, he would return home to the Northern Territory, where he continued to play for St Mary's, winning 4 premierships in the 50s and 60s. A genuine legend, Cantilla is a member of the AFL Indigenous Team of the Century and was bestowed with legend status when inducted into the AFLNT Hall of Fame in 2010. An instant pick for the team being named tonight and bestowed with the immortal honour of being named Vice Captain of the team. We are honoured to welcome David Cantilla, Vice Captain, into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
David Cantilla Senior, Vice Captain of this Team of the Century. Please welcome to the stage Marie Claire to accept this induction in honour of her father, David Cantilla, Ruck Rover and Vice Captain of the AFLNT Team of the Century.
If my dad was here tonight, I know he would have been so proud. I wasn't born when my father first played for St Mary's and South Adelaide Football Club. But I was 7 months old when he became very famous in South Australia by being best on ground in 1964 Grand Final in front of 57,000 people. Mum would also have been so proud of her David being chosen tonight. Mum always support Dad, even trying to live in Adelaide with him. But she lasts only 7 weeks. Too cold, too lonely, too strange. We didn't know why Dad was called Sophie, but Tony sure told us it was when the newspaper's photographer took a group photo of Dad and some other place but they couldn't see Dad in the photo, so they put a lot of words all over his body and retook the photo. Thank you, AFLNT, for remembering my dad. Me and my 5 brothers and sisters very proud of our dad tonight.
Thank you so much. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Thank you. Marie Claire, ladies and gentlemen, and her sister Mary Ellen tonight, accepting on behalf of David Cantilla Senior. What an incredible footballer he was. Thank you. Now let's name one of the best there was onto the team, a player who was iconic, legendary, synonymous with football excellence and a national treasure.
Considered one of Territory football's most famous sons, Michael Long, known throughout Australia as Longy, began his illustrious football career at St Mary's in the 1984-85 season, playing his first league game at age 16. He played 52 games for the Saints, winning premierships in 1986-87 and 1987-88, as well as the club's best and fairest in 1988-89. In true Territory style, he also ventured to the Red Centre, playing for Pioneers in Alice Springs and winning the Everingham Medal for best on ground in the 1987 Grand Final. Longy represented the NTFL in 9 representative matches against AFL clubs and was named in the 1988 Bicentennial All-Australian Team. In 1988, Long played 22 league games with Sandford Club Woodville West Torrens, finishing 3rd in the Magarey Medal, as well as winning both the Club Champion Award and Best First Year Player Award. The man with the magical goose step was picked up by Essendon in 1989, was named AFL Rookie of the Year, and went on to become one of the club's greatest ever players. A dual premiership player, he starred in the magical Essendon team of 1993, winning the coveted Norm Smith Medal, which fittingly was presented to him by Maurice Rioli. He picked up his second premiership medal in 2000. In 1999, he became the first Indigenous player to captain an AFL side, before retiring in 2001, having played 190 games and kicking 143 goals. Essendon through and through, Michael Long is and always will be one of the most revered figures at the club. Admired and respected in equal measure for his footballing prowess and passion for Indigenous advancement. Michael Long's famed Long Walk is considered a pivotal moment for Indigenous affairs, and he is held in the highest regard by the entire nation for his commitment to his people. His legacy is intact as the driving force behind the NT Thunder and the resplendent Michael Long Learning and Leadership Centre. Longy has earned a string of accolades, each one as impressive and prestigious as the next, and each one richly deserved. Named in Essendon's Team of the Century, the AFL's Indigenous Team of the Century, the Sandford Indigenous Team of the Century, inducted into the Australian Football Hall of Fame in 2007, and bestowed with legend status when inducted into the AFLNT Hall of Fame in 2010. Tonight we are privileged to be in the presence of one of the greatest footballers of all time, a true Territory hero, a genuine champion, and a man not only being named in tonight's team, but who would surely be best on ground if the team ever did play. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome one of the all-time greats, Michael Long, into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Michael, welcome. I don't know what else to say.
No, look, it's a privilege, Charlie. I think as a kid, you grew up in this town. You've seen so many legends in all clubs. You know, not just St Mary's, Darwin, Nightcliff. And as a kid growing up, you just wanted to play for your club. You know, ever since you could hold a football, and that was to play for the St Mary's Football Club. I suppose I've been very lucky and blessed because my father's a coach at our great club and is an absolute legend at our club. Obviously, our mum passed away when we were quite young. But she's just as much as this part of this and the success that all our family have had. Probably lucky you got two fathers, Ralph Braithwaite, who's here tonight. And like everything starts at home, Charlie. I know my brothers, not all my brothers are here tonight. Bruno's here, Noel. Obviously, they're all champions in their own right. We never spoke about who was the best. It was about, there's always pecking order with the older boys, but we just loved our football and loved the St Mary's Football Club. And our father taught us about passion, loyalty, courage, not only in the football field but off it. And now that's flowed on to bigger and better things for our nephews, and we've been very lucky and very blessed, Charlie. It's the greatest game in the world, Charlie, and we forget to thank this great game of ours, and that's why we're here in this room. You know? So I'd like to thank the game of Australian rules football.
Michael, obviously I've heard you speak many times over the years. You often talk about your mother. Tell us a little bit about your mother and how she would be feeling about these great achievements you've made in your life. They're quite extraordinary.
Yeah, well, you wish you could share those moments, but I mean, I was still a kid growing up and watching the older brothers. You didn't get that, obviously with some of the players who are here tonight, you didn't get to share those moments. The low as well as the highs, but we've been lucky. Had a lot of aunties who've been a part of this journey.
She would be extremely proud, and there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, well, Auntie Monica Liddy, Auntie Lua. There's been a lot of women who've taken over that role. We've been really very lucky to have very good people who've grown up on the Tiwi Islands, part of the stolen generation, but you know, we've always had beautiful people around us, and I think that's no doubt been part of us instilling the character and the family. So, I mean, especially our women in family, we always forget about the sisters, my sister Sue and Kath. They're always forgotten about, but you know, they're part of this journey. I mean, tonight's about the family and obviously, you know, a great club like St Mary's and obviously with the Essendon Football Club. You know, I'm very humbled to be a part of this, and I don't take things for granted, but it's an honour, Charlie.
Yeah, absolute honour to have you as part of the territory and your contribution, Michael. Thank you so much. Thank you, mate. Good on you. Michael Long, ladies and gentlemen. And now let's name one of the best there is onto the team. Have a look.
Only the truly great are named into teams of the century while still playing. And tonight we pay homage to one such great, an astonishing talent and certainly one of the best players in the AFL today. Cyril Rioli Jr. is a famous member of the even more famous Rioli footballing dynasty. Incredibly, Cyril Jr. joins his father, Cyril Sr., Uncle Maurice Rioli and Uncle Michael Long in the AFLNT Team of the century. Known as Junior Boy, Cyril spent the first 8 years of his life in the Tiwi Islands before moving with his family to Darwin and playing as a junior at the fabled Green Machine and perennial NTFL premiers St Mary's. Rioli moved to Melbourne as a 14-year-old, where he attended Scotch College and starred in the school's football team. Rioli was a standout performer in the 2007 AFL Under-18 National Championships, becoming the only Northern Territorian to earn All-Australian honours, following a 7-goal performance in a match against Queensland. Drafted by Hawthorn at number 12 in the 2007 draft, the scintillating Rioli played every game of his debut 2008 season and was runner-up in the Rising Star Award. Cyril played in the 2008 Grand Final, winning the first of his astonishing 4 premierships, picking up 2 All-Australian honours and the coveted Norm Smith medal along the way. A dazzling talent who puts fear into the opposition by being impossible to match up on. Cyril Rioli Jr. continues to amaze fans of all teams with his skill, finesse and unstoppable will to win. A man for the big stage. He thrives in grand finals, and with 4 premierships to his name, he has the chance of winning even more as his career continues. A ferocious and tenacious tackler, too quick to catch. He can play tall. He truly does have it all. Every football fan in Australia is privileged to be witnessing Cyril Jr.'s astonishing career unfold. And tonight, this true territory footballing champion, who could go on to be one of the greatest of all time, joins his father and uncles in the AFLNT Team of the Century.
Please welcome back to the stage Mr. Cyril Rioli Sr. to accept on behalf of his son Cyril Jr., who can't be with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen, but has sent this message.
Good evening. Sorry I couldn't make it there tonight, obviously due to finals commitments, but definitely a truly big night for NTFL football. I'm truly honoured to be named alongside some of the big greats in the NTFL, especially alongside some of my family members and especially my dad. I just want to thank, special thanks to definitely my mum, my dad, my loved ones, my family members, my wife, who've all helped me get to where I am today. And so I hope everyone has a really good night, an enjoyable one, and like I said, a big night for NTFL football. So thank you.
Kathy? Yeah. Who's going to talk? Okay, well, Cyril's going to talk for us. You're proud to see all of that.
Yes, it is, Charlie. I guess for him, I'll speak about him, I guess. Seeing those highlights, obviously very emotional. Where he's come from, I think at a young age, attending, going away for boarding school at 14. I know he had uncles down there in Michael and cousin Dean down there to support him during those times. And I just the journey he's had, the success, to play in, and I say to a lot of people, he's played in 5 grand finals, won 4 premierships down there, and Norm Smith. And I say to a lot of people, as I mentioned, the greats such as Robert Harvey, who has for St Kilda, 300 odd games, Brad Johnson, who haven't won a premiership medallion. So I guess for his journey, as I said, a very proud moment, and what can you say? To be a father, son, and team is, and uncles as well. Obviously, to be part of it, it's a great honour and achievement, obviously.
And the journey not over for him yet. There's still so much in front of him.
Well, he's only 27, so hopefully a few more years. So who knows what happens next?
It's a great story. Great to see you. Great to Kathy, you want to say anything?
Yeah.
Do you want to say anything? No?
Well, as his mum, I just want to say how proud I am of him, and just congratulate everyone else who's made it into the team. And yeah, he's done us proud, and every week, you know, he just seems to get better and better every year. And what more can he do? You know. He's our champion.
Yeah. He's our champion as well. Great, thanks. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks, mate. Thank you. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you feeling there? That's something, isn't it? And now, we pay tribute to one of the best there ever will be, and we name the captain of the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Year here.
Andrew McLeod. As we name the greatest team of all time, it is fitting that we leave the greatest till last. Few names in the storied history of Australian rules football evoke such enormous pride amongst Territorians as the name of perhaps the Territory's greatest ever player, the magnificent Andrew McLeod, who tonight is named as the captain of the AFLNT Team of the Century. An honour richly deserved. An undisputed all-time great of the game, an Adelaide Crow legend, and a genuine role model for all young aspiring footballers. Andrew McLeod is recognised as one of the game's greats. He began playing footy as a youngster for the Darwin Buffaloes, a club he loves, and was a standout from the moment he touched the Sherrin. He remains involved with his beloved Double Blues to this day. Andrew was selected for a myriad of junior territory teams, including the 1988 NT Primary Schoolboys, the 1992 NT Secondary Schoolboys, the 1992 All-Australian Schoolboys, and the 1992 and 1993 NT Teal Cups. In 1993, Andrew was awarded the Hunter Harrison Medal for the NTFL Under-17s Championships. Andrew played for the Buffaloes in the NTFL Premier League from 1991-92 to 1993-94 and was a member of the Buffaloes Grand Final team in 1993-94. He went on to be awarded Life Member, Legend status of the club in 2010. Representing the NTFL in 3 games, he played in the 1994 clash against Essendon and the 1994 game against the VFA, winning best on ground, and in 1995 against the Fremantle Dockers. Andrew then moved to Adelaide and was picked up by Port Adelaide Football Club, where he played from 1994 to 1996 and was a member of the club's 1994 Premiership team. Originally linked to the Fremantle Football Club, Andrew was traded to the Adelaide Football Club and made his AFL debut in 1995, promptly picking up the Crows Emerging Talent Award, as well as an AFL Rising Star nomination that year. He went on to play 340 league games for the Crows and is one of the club's most decorated players, a 3-time winner of the club's Best and Fairest medal and a 2-time Premiership player. He won the coveted Norm Smith Medal in the grand finals of 1997 and 1998. Andrew's list of awards and achievements is testament to his distinguished career. Named as an All-Australian in 1998, 2000, 2001, 2006 and captain in 2007. He came 3rd in the 2000 Brownlow Medal and was runner-up in 2001. He was named as the AFL Players Association Most Valuable Player Award in 2001 and was the Michael Tuck medalist in the 2003 AFL Night Series Grand Final, a year that also saw the club honour its champion with life membership. Andrew won the Polly Farmer Medal for Best on Ground, playing for the Indigenous All-Stars versus the Western Bulldogs in 2005. And in a fitting tribute, he was named in the AFL Indigenous Team of the Century in 2005. He represented his country 6 times against Ireland, captaining the 2005 side, and won the Jim Steins Medal for Australia's Best Player. He was awarded life membership of the AFL in 2007, was named in the Sandful Indigenous Team of the Century in 2011, inducted into the South Australian Hall of Fame in 2012, won the Steve Abala Medal for Administrators in 2013, and was bestowed with legend status when he was inducted into the AFLNT Hall of Fame in 2014. Proving his love for all things NT footy, Andrew McLeod returned to the Territory and became a premiership player with NT Thunder in 2011. Upon retiring from the game, Andrew continues to coach and mentor many young footballers in various roles. With a stellar career and an immeasurable contribution to AFL football, Andrew McLeod richly deserves the captaincy of the greatest NT team of all time. And it is an incredible honour to be present tonight as we welcome our captain, Andrew McLeod, into the AFLNT Team of the Century.
We'll be joined in just a moment by Andrew's brother, Jonathan McLeod, to accept the honour on behalf of Andrew, captain of the AFLNT Team of the Century. But Andrew couldn't be with us tonight, as you're aware, but he did send this message.
Sorry, Charlie, no message, mate.
No message there. Sorry about that. Jonathan, join us. Thank you. Have you got a message? You got a message. Okay.
Andrew apologises for not being here tonight, and he likes putting me on the spot all the time. He sent me a picture of him chasing a wombat near Maralinga. He could have done the message, you know. But he said, I'll send it to you in a text. And it's got a few chapters here, so I'll just read it out. And said, apologies for not being here tonight. Thank you to the AFLNT for this very humbling award. Although I spent the majority of my career gracing the fields in the AFL, the Territory has been where my heart belongs. My family has a rich tradition of football, starting with my great-grandfather, Put Ahmat, whose name adorns the gates of Football Park. Through my uncles and in the footsteps of my dad, brother, and my cousins, I'm extremely grateful to have played for the Darwin Buffaloes. An award like this belongs to all my family, especially my mum and dad, purely for the love, support, and sacrifices they made for my benefit. Football in the Territory plays a significant role in the community as a sport and teaches you so much. Hard work, respect, leadership, teamwork, resilience, and role modelling are a few things that come to mind. It plays a crucial role in the lives of young people, and I'm a product from the grounding I was able to get in the NTFL. I would like to pass on my congratulations to all the other deserving recipients who've made the Team of the Century. You're all champions. I feel like I'm very lucky to be part of the amazing group, legends of footy, some of them my uncles, and many of them my idols growing up. I also feel a bit for those champions that missed the cut. Thank you once again, and enjoy the night catching up with each other and your football families. And that's it.
Very good, mate. Thanks, Jonathan. Thank you so much. You get that? Take that forward. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please give the screens your undivided attention for something very, very special as we pay tribute to the AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Century.
Drinking in the morning sun, me like a final meal. Yeah, kiss me like we died tonight. 'Cause holy cow, I love your eyes, and only now I see the light. Yeah, lying with you half away. Oh, anyway, it's looking like a beautiful day. 'Cause holy cow, I love your eyes, and only now I see the light. Yeah, lying with you half away, stumbling over what to say. Well, anyway, it's looking like a beautiful So throw those curtains wide. One day like this again, it's sitting right. Throw those curtains wide. One day like this again, it's sitting right. Throw those curtains wide. One day like this again, it's sitting right for life. Throw those curtains wide. One day like this again, it's sitting right for life. Falling down, I love you, and only now I see the
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the best there was, the best there is, and very likely the best there ever will be. I'd like to invite back to the stage AFLNT Chairman Ross Coburn, along with the 22 selected players and coach or family representative for a toast, followed by presentation of certificates and a group photo. So if you could join us here, thank you. Those team members, please bring your medal with you so you can wear it for the photograph. Thank you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Special call going out for Gilbert McAdam. Where are you, Gilly?
23 black.
Oh, there he is. Good on you, Gilly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've got everybody assembled now, so if you could all be upstanding, I'd like to propose a toast tonight, not only to these 22 players that are up here, or representative players that are up here, but to everybody that's played the game in the NT, everybody that's supported the game to the NT, the final 40 and everything like that. But tonight, we've had a fantastic night to honour our football and our history and everybody involved in that game. These 22 people tonight represent our game and we honour them, and I'd like to propose a toast to the Northern Territory AFL Team of the Century. Congratulations to all. Yeah, hip hip hooray. I reckon it's very good too. But to everyone, thank you. To all you guys here, I think there's a lot of opportunities here to have a chat around. The night's not over, so everybody enjoy. Thank you very much. One last thing, if we can turn that music off for a moment. One last thing, I think you're all, while you're having the photos of these guys, one thing we take for granted every time we have a presentation like this as our MC, to Charlie King and the way he's connected with these guys tonight. Thank you very much, Charlie. A fantastic effort. Thank you, and we'll call on you again. Charlie, thank you very much.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The AFLNT Northern Territory Government Team of the Century, the 22-man squad, has finally been announced after months of debate, discussion, planning. The best footballers that the Northern Territory has ever seen, all together in one historic team. It's fantastic. Now, be sure to stay tuned to the AFLNT media channels, social media channels over the next few days. So we'll be rolling out some more Team of the Century content. That about wraps it up for us here tonight for the live stream. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. I hope you've enjoyed my company. I've certainly enjoyed yours. That's all we got time for. Bye for now.
And it fills me up, and it starts to shine, and I see it burn when you bring me sunlight. Is it all you need to feel this heat? To feel like everything's all that you dreamed? Is it all too much? Did you get enough? Does it set on fire all the things that you touch? And it fills me up, and it starts to shine, and I see it burn